Start streaming, more like start screaming. Wah ha ha ha. All right, there. We got all the Halloween out of my system. Are we done? Look at the YouTube comments up on the screen. There it is. There's YouTube actually functioning. I restarted this computer. It's like a new PC. Pop out. Shut. Close this. There we go. Why does that guy look like the fan in Oblivion at the end of that? At the end of the dance routine, the guy who's in the box that he's reporting on looks like the #1 fan from Oblivion. These are things that I did not notice about this originally. All right, this overlay is stupid. Get it out of here. Well, actually, I want to see that guy one more time. One more time, right at the end. Let's go. Where is he? Where is he? This guy's all the moves. Look at all these moves. Holy shit. Amazing. There's the kick. He throws out a web. We do a little bit of the box. And then I think, no, oh no, he's gonna do the little rave thing, and then he's the little wavy thing. Did it loop and I just didn't know? Did I look away for 1/2 second and it looped? How long does he dance for? It feels like, there, look, that guy looks like the fan from What's up, how are you doing? Happy Halloween. We're stuck in Fusion Land a little bit longer because I got to do more actual physical design on stuff. So we're gonna do that. I don't have a Halloween costume. I never think of a good Halloween costume because it's like paralyzing. Because I have too many good ideas for things that I could dress up as. I could go grab something off of the wall over there. I have a bunch of helmets over there that I could just grab something for. But meh, I could piss off all the Swedes and put on a horned. I have a horned helmet. They hate horned helmets, the Swedes do. Actually, just in general, the Scandinavians hate the horned helmet because it's a misnomer. They didn't have horns on their helmets. They were just normal helmets. They're doing all the leaves outside, so it is loud, and I closed the door. And in doing so, I locked off this room to just get air conditioning. And now it's actually like cold. Uncharacteristically warm up here in the Northeast. Halloween itself, it's supposed to get up to 81 degrees today. So we turned on the AC. Weird. AC in October is just not supposed to happen. I guess it is kind of typically like that, but we haven't seen rain in 33 days. It is a desert and it is hot. 81 is sick. It's disgusting. It's like the worst temperature for Halloween. You want it to be chilly, and usually it's chilly and rainy during Halloween, as I remember it. But it's you want it to be cold so that you can put on costume. unless you're doing a skimpy costume, in which case fine. But I mean, why do you get to be comfortable when all the rest of us with our weird bodies covered by our outfits can't have fun? We have to sweat it out. Why do you get to have everything? Slushing. What? Oh, you've just got like mixed wintry stuff going on outside? Yeah, they went around and did all the leaves, so everything was blowing around. So I closed the door, and because the AC's on, it just pools in the basement. The cold sinks down to the basement, and so now I am like on the verge of shivering right now. 80 over the weekend, nasty switch. I know, it's like not good. We took the dogs outside to play in, the leaves are everywhere. I'm gonna get a nice fall picture of Willow playing with her friends. They all just put their butts down. All the corgis just put their butts down and just sat there. And they were like, oh, I'm cool to just vibe. Like, because it was too hot to play. They were just like, man, it's nasty out here. 80 degrees is not terrible, but it's at this time of year, you're just not ready for it. It's like, I should be eating chili and leek and potato soup and hot dogs, whatever, but I should be eating fall food and not having it turn me into a sweaty monster. Yes, sure, yes, sure. More with these module things. I'm hoping that I can get ahead of this stuff a little bit, because once we have the module testing module, we can bring back in all the favorites, all the previous modules that I've been working on, and actually give them like a rundown. And then I'll know that all my hardware works, and I can actually start using it to make weird noises that can be sort of the pre-stream kind of thing going on. I'm pretty sure Julian and Dave are still on track for coming here on Saturday, so I've got a nice 3-day marathon of streaming here, kicking off with this one. And I started it by not getting good sleep last night, so that's fun. I should not be sweating to death raking leaves. Yeah, exactly. We have man invented tools in order to not have to rake leaves. You got to get yourself a leaf blower. And what we did, my brother and I, when we bought a leaf blower, way back in the day, it was just one of those big spinning drum things that you just wheel around, right, with a pretty strong thing. Did you get your mic input so that we don't hear the music, or is it a mistake? Because I hear it only when you're talking in the background. Oh, I have these speakers up a little too high then. You're not supposed to hear any music at all from your perspective because you're on YouTube, and YouTube will flag the stream for having music on it. So the music is a feature of Twitch until I can do the synthesizer, until I can build some kind of a synthesizer in order to make ambient noises that aren't copyrighted ahead of my stream. Hey, Caravos Bane. But yeah, the music only goes to Twitch, and I only use the music for the intro, and it isn't recorded on the VOD. So you're picking it up from my speakers, unfortunately, which shouldn't happen. So I had to turn it down a little bit. So you just asked the teacher whether or not we had homework, and the teacher went, "Oh, I forgot. Let me give you guys some homework." What's up, Chabs? How's it going? Yeah. So we would use this giant leaf blower to just push a huge mass of leaves over to the curb, in the suburbs, and it was this nasty, like, violent leaf blower that you had to wheel around. It was all crazy. Did a great job blowing the leaves away because it was so powerful. Then in the winter, when it would snow, we would use it to blow the snow away. It was awesome. We used to just run it into a snow mound, and it would just kind of like shovel it all away. Crazy times. It was fun. But yeah, we could never get it to start properly. Not sure if I asked, but did you know there's reversible USB micro B cables? Headers. But what do you mean, reversible? I would love to see an example, Caravos. You make a machine to wake me up in the morning. I mean, Nintendo made a machine to do that. And if I were to do that, then they would blast me with copyright. So Nintendo owns alarm clocks now. Are the magnet USB adapters, those are usually like reversible USB connections. Like I have one on my flashlight. I have one on, but this one doesn't carry data. There are reversible ones that carry data. If you really hate USB micro enough, you can get one of these adapter cables. Oh, this is where the mix gets really weird. It's a whole bunch of like echoey samples and stuff. Strange. Reversible micro USB cable braided. I'm just gonna Google that. Oh, that's the Amazon name. Let me take a look at this in another window here. Look at it in another window. I need a browser window anyway. Go. Oh God, it's all football. Well, the ones I'm getting are, is that just USB-C? No, it is. How is that reversible? Let me do reversible micro USB. I can't wait until the song is done because it's a bunch of like whispering voices. I feel like I have schizophrenia. Reversible micro USB cable. Let's highlight the rest and delete and then search. They're just like, oh, weird. So it's like, they... Oh my god, I really wish I could skip ahead on this track right now. So they do that in order to make it reversible. That's interesting. Superior fit. I've been called that before. No, I haven't. And they're reversible on the... Oh, so the whole thing is just wacky bonkers. Why are we not all using these? What's the disadvantage to this thing? Does it pop out too easily? We should be using this everywhere. Everyone should have these. Or are they particularly fragile? Because it looks like... Well, I don't really know how those pins are going to be working. How are they on both sides? This one is just a half-height plastic insert. So if you plug it in either way, it's still going to make contact, which probably means that it is prone to breaking. Yeah, the micro works great. The USB probably breaks over time. Interesting. That's a neat design. They just basically took like a mirror image of whatever they could fit in, and I don't know how the pins work particularly, but the pins that usually bend are strong. Yeah, do they float in the middle, or I wonder, because like you're with USB micro. There's all kinds of... Why is it pulling up that image now when I search? Google, what is going on? Why did this come in? What is this? Who's paying who for this to pop up here? This would be the last fucking thing that should pop up when I search USB micro design. That's ridiculous. That's horrible right there. No other indicator of like... it's disgusting. I am incensed. That's how I found them, by searching USB micro. I'm looking for, like, there's design document stuff that exists. I just don't want to go through PDFs, but I mean, like, with the USB micro, you have a piece of plastic on the bottom of the pins. I guess having them just float there is just how they do it. Yeah. You've made your last big mistake, Father. You searched for a product. Now that product is inexorably tied to your personality for the rest of your life. We have you. We know you now. The algorithm has figured it out. Oh boy, the Blue Sky algorithm really doesn't know what I like. It's very interesting to scroll through, and the dichotomy between like a smart engineering post and just filthy porn is hilarious. It's not actually, you know, porn, but you're like, I know this artist is probably doing porn. It's amazing. It's kind of amazing to be nebulous to an algorithm instead of it thinking that I'm into toilet seats because I searched toilet seats one time on Amazon because my toilet seat broke. Amazon then goes, oh, you're actually a man of culture. I see you're installing toilet seats almost daily. Here's all of your results are now toilet seats. You're like, wait, what, huh? I just needed one. It was a one-time thing. I'm so sorry. Random engineering porn. Now that has definitely muddied the waters, is the fact that if you're trying to see something that's been beautifully engineered, you're searching up engineer porn. Actually, that's not how you should it's oh god, it's terrible. GrabCAD. We'll open up GrabCAD because I think I need to get the model for the ammeter. Amateur. Armature porn. Oh good, there's not a lot of them. Great. I thought I found like a really accurate one. That's as close as I think they get. Analog, 30 milliamp. Yeah, it's one of these. One of these will be the right thing, and we'll have to vet it out. What does this one look like? What's your front look like? Not quite the right thing. And those are looking not great. I do not know. This one might be the better one. It's even got threads. We'll vet it out when we actually start streaming. Hey, what's up, Lawn Dog? The good song has started. Now I can actually just listen to this. I have what's called October paralysis, where when I think about what I'm going to do for Halloween, I have too many ideas and they're all too complicated. And so it's like the Mr. Burns syndrome. All the ideas are trying to get through the door frame and they all just clog it up and nothing gets in. And so what happens is Halloween rolls around and here I am with a dancing pumpkin man on screen and I don't know what to dress as. I did get Willow a costume and I'm going to try to get a picture of her with it later today because, again, I'm chronically lazy, I guess, or I have ADHD. It's actually both. But, yeah, so I'm going to try to get her a picture of her in her costume, and she's just dressing up as me. I got her a little corgi flannel. Did this suddenly get, like, real quiet? I guess that's just the song. That's the song. I wonder if I can position this right. Oh, damn it. This mount is not the best for accurately moving the camera. It does hold everything in place, but... There you go, flatulent gonad. I finally got some kind of green screen running. There we go. It doesn't look that impressive, but I do have chats over there. There's the music. Yeah, we're going to be tootling around in CAD today. Basically what I want to do is just get the mixer board. I want to edit the part, and I think I can add just like a slot to the legs of the thing, and I think that's okay. They're going to be whatever you call those, the hanging holes. JLPCB. I'm just going to Google it because I'm dumb. But yeah, I think that'll be okay. I think we'll have a good time with that. And then once we do that, that means that the hardware, insofar as we haven't tested any circuits for that, so we're gonna have to test circuits for the mixer. But that'll say whether or not. I mean, pretty much I think we figured it out that I'm able to build this mixer in one PCB. I think I'll be able to fit the bulk of the hardware on the back of a 2U module, which is going to be harrowing. But I think I'm able to do it. So at that point, it is time to test the circuit and get something that I like together that'll function. And for that, we're waiting for parts. I made all the orders yesterday in Cabin Tech, as well as DigiKey. I did 10 chips came out to be $20. And that's including shipping and everything. So I basically put a $20 bill into a vending machine, and 10 ICs fell down to the bottom of it. So we'll have all the ICs. I'm probably gonna have to use breakout boards in order to interface with them on breadboard, and then we'll be able to breadboard something and see whether or not we can get a functional mixer basically on my table. And at that point, we know what the schematic is. We can tell the CAD program what it looks like, and then we can lay it out and do the traces and stuff. I'm excited to do that with you guys again. Last time we did it, we did this VCO, and I haven't been able to test this VCO fully. I haven't been able to tune and test the VCO fully because, again, we need to make another circuit board in order to do that efficiently and quickly, which is going to be the module testing module, which has a VC... Sorry, why did the technology just completely leave my vacuum fluorescent VCF? It has a vacuum fluorescent display. VCD, vacuum fluorescent. Whatever. It'll look really cool. But we know what the circuit of this thing looks like because we've tested it extensively. So I will be able to put all the breakout boards onto this board, or just the chips directly onto the board. I might do the chips directly on the board. I want to fit it all in this area right here. That's going to be tough to do, but we're pushing ourselves to work smaller and smarter. But once I do that, it'll be down to doing all the hardware, which is all the software, which is daunting. That is daunting. So we will be doing software streams for a little while in order to make my module tester. I don't know how that's going to go together. You know, I've been thinking about it a lot. I've been thinking about that quite a bit. And it's going to have to be, just like the machine itself is sort of modular, it's going to have to be modular software. Hey, what's up, Flat Shield Go, Ned? How you doing? Did I mention you a minute ago? I don't remember. Yeah, so the software I'm for this the module testing module. Oh yeah, that's right. When I put this thing up, I mentioned, you know, oh, I finally did a green screen. Here's my green screen. It's not really great. It's just a thing over a thing on a fixed camera. I can still come in on the edges and like point at stuff, but my chat doesn't move fast enough. It's like embarrassing. Nobody's here. It's 20 viewers. It's like, yeah, but anyway, like lots to do on these projects. The software I've been thinking about quite a bit for the module testing module. And just as I have, you can assign any function to any channel as long as there's 2 analysis channels and the rest can be I or O. It doesn't matter, in or out, doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to figure out like, oh, let's build a software module that's gonna do like tone sensing. What's gonna do this, that, the other thing. How do I want the overlay to look? What's the screen gonna look like? Like holy crap! It's like a whole thing. It's a whole complicated thing that I've gotta figure out. Boy, oh boy, this is a big project, and I'm not nearly anywhere along it. Currently, we're at the point where, hey, Wonky Robot, what's up? We're at the point where hardware-wise, it can be done, right? With the module testing module. Software-wise, I have a lot to do. Hopefully it'll come together. I mean, as everything comes into focus a little bit more, maybe we'll have a very low feature version of it, and then we can put it aside and come back to it like in a year or something like that. I want to get away from the synthesizers. I want to work on other stuff, but these have been long projects. And then I've got Julian and Dave coming over here on Saturday to play tunes. We don't get a lot of viewers during that, though. We don't get a ton of people. Maybe YouTube will bring some people in. I have to set up my mixer and clean off this table. Look at this crap. Look at all this crap. I'm inundated with crap. I need to clean some of this crap up. I would love to hook up the payphone as an actual microphone, and so make Julian and Dave talk to you guys only through the payphone. I still haven't picked the lock on that thing. I did put the endoscope into the chamber and verified it is, in fact, I forget what type of lock that is. It's the type where the pins can twist into one of 3 positions. So the pins have to be set at a height, but then they need to twist into one of 3 positions in order for the whole thing to kind of unlock and for the barrel to twist. And apparently it's pretty trivial when you've only got 3 pins. It's 3 pins, so that's like, what, 9 positions that the thing could be in? I don't know. But it's 3 pins, and it should be really easy to pick. I'm not going to drill it out, because I actually just want the lock, because it's kind of neat. And also, that would mean that it won, and I'm not willing to let it win. You shall not win. But yeah, I need to clean off that whole table so that Julian and Dave have a space to be, which means putting away stuff and neatening up, which for some reason I just can't bring myself to do. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll clean up tomorrow. It's actually starting to get a little warm down here. Good. I think the AC turned off finally. I'm either too warm or too cold today. I don't know what the deal is. How's everybody else's Thursday? It's Halloween. Oh, I'm streaming for Halloween. And as usual, I had all these ideas of what I would do, and none of it came to fruition. Motion at the front door. Oh, let's get that fan on my back. Woo. Toasty, toasty. Actually, let's see. Hold on, wait a minute. Tomorrow me's problem? Yeah. Yeah. Never solve a problem tomorrow. It can be put off to the next day. No, that's not the right one. Oh, it didn't even activate. Boop. There's warmer air coming from outside. That's the question that we have right now. It looks like it is the same temperature air. Same temperature air, huh? It should be pretty warm outside. It should be like in the 80s. Maybe that'll happen later this afternoon. And then that side of the wall where the window's open should probably reflect the temperature outside. Yeah, it looks like we're letting in warm air. You can kind of see it propagating as in the temperature of the top of the wall there. And in the corner, you can see it starting to get darker. Actually, wait, darker indicates colder. Whichever one weighs more on a scale, I think is the determination between those two. It's freezing here in Scandinavia land. It's supposed to be 80 degrees Fahrenheit in here today. Outside, rather. It is uncharacteristically warm. The last time it was this warm was in, I think it was the 40s, 1940s. But yeah, and it's dry. It hasn't rained in 33 days here. 33 days. What's up, Bothan? Yeah, so it is hot out this Halloween. It's not good trick-or-treating weather, unfortunately. It's better if it's cold, because then you can wear all your bulky outfit stuff and be nice and insulated, but that's not the case anymore. Not this year. But it actually, we did get a drop in temperature coming into the season, so I thought it was going to be cold. But specifically this day is like, fuck you, and just temperature went all the way up. But it'll drop back down. I'm hoping that we get rain around here, because everything is like in emergency no rain mode. 33 days without rain. It's a little weird. Everything's getting a little weird. I haven't seen a cloud in like a month. Not a single cloud. Not one. It looks like it is colder outside than it is inside, just by a tiny little bit. Because it would turn more bright and yellow if it were warm. And again, the thermal imager is auto-ranging. You can see how everything gets dark when it starts to see more warm pixels. It tries to get an even distribution of temperatures. What's over there that's so warm? What is that? Why is that warm? What is that? Oh, that's the light. That's the light. They're LED lights, but they still get very warm. And there's one that's broken that's directly over my desk. And so when I turn on the lights here in the morning, I'll sit down at my desk in the dark. And I'm like, why is my desk dark? And eventually, enough heat propagates through the system, and the light suddenly starts working again. So it's like like an aha moment. There's like a little ding noise as the light comes on. Remember the first time standing outside in a t-shirt at Christmas Eve breakfast at the restaurant I worked at. I was 65 at 9 a.m. Oh my God. Yeah, that's particularly traumatizing for you guys, I would imagine, over there. That's pretty crazy. I expected a much longer growing season, but we've already had a freeze, so. Yeah, it's gonna be summery around here. Summery and all the soil is super dry, so it's all dusty now. I think I'm gonna end up in a desert by the end of all this. We might be able to even 3D print something today if we're fast enough in our tasks. That part from yesterday, I just want to close the book on. So we're gonna open up the mixer, and I'm gonna try to do the what is it called again? The castellation. The castellated hull that's not plated. So I'll end up doing a hull, well, a slot. It's one of the types of hull. I think I can do that. I hope there isn't like some missing piece to that whole thing, and I think that'll be able to, do the thing that I wanted to do. I think so. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe I need to alter the shape of the outside perimeter of the board to accommodate. But other designs do this, so, and if I'm gonna use this part as my thin board part, I want it to be able to go to a variety of different other projects. So I kind of want that hole to be inherent to that part. That part, we are catering specifically to be a board edge potentiometer that sort of grips the edges of your PCB. I'm certainly not narrowing the width of that entire body to 9 millimeters, because that removes an entire millimeter from my design, and we need that space. We desperately need room for traces. I have not a single thought in my head. Neat. Uh, I'll put this partially back together. Yeah, the magnetic USB plugs are really nice to have on certain things. That's where this type of thing comes in. The magnet plugs. It's what's used in a lot of those magnet USB headers. I'm using it in an application where it won't be able to be plugged in backwards. And so we can use all of the individual pins. We don't have to repeat pins. So this is another one that's eventually going to make its way through for the Fusion 360. Fusion is getting a wonderful deal out of me. They said, hey, you can get a copy of our software if you do like a stream every now and then that involves it. And I'm like, oh, did I mention that like every single stream that I do involves it? Like every single one? It's going to seem like they bought me wholesale, like they just own me now. Because everything you see in front of you, except for this, even though this one is creeping its way into Fusion, is a project that revolves around CAD software. How do we break out of that? How do we break out of that? Every single thing that I do involves CAD software these days. Oh my God. Except maybe programming Arduinos. But other facets of those other facets of those projects utilize the CAD software. Oh my God, I'm addicted to my CAD software. I'm addicted. I've formed a physical need to have the CAD software. It's part of me now. Don't become like me. for many, many reasons, but including my dependency on CAD. Oh boy. So yeah, we're fixing to have a pretty warm Halloween this year. We don't get any trick-or-treaters here. That's the thing though. There are a couple families with kids that are in kind of the circle of the neighborhood, and it's possible that we see people. So that means that we automatically have to buy a ton of candy, which is absolutely a terrible thing to have when you have diabetes, is have a ton of candy just around. Where's that purple coming from? Oh, it's my keyboard. I looked over at the milliamp gauge while I was saying that, and this little guy right here, and it was reflecting something like deep purple. And it was apparently the RGB of my mini keyboard that I can't turn off going purple, which is neat. That's neat enough. Oh boy, the bins are starting to stack up and I don't even have, Gotta make sure to put stuff over there. There's like a little shelf over there that I'm stashing everything in. Because that's how this shop works, is if there's anything resembling a vertically facing surface, it gets covered in shit. It just gets completely overwhelmed immediately. And so that's what's happening over there with that shelf. I use it as like a prep surface for things that need to be put away. So this is out of sight, out of mind, apparently. But yeah, that box right there would be threatening to fall and be disruptive. Maybe I should clean this area while we're waiting. Yes, let's do that. Let me just neaten up this area while we sit and wait for some magical force to start the stream. Some mythical force that prevents me from streaming for the first 40 to an hour when I stream. The magical, mythical force of having to wait. It is completely impossible for certain people to wrap their brains around that. Why would you say stream is starting soon if you're not streaming? If you are or not? Oh, my brain! My poor stupid brain can't seem to fathom. Starting soon intensifies. I feel that, the vertical surface thing, yeah. Do I keep this? This thing was kind of comedic, but it's also very much on its way out. And I would like to get one of those horizontal ones. The ones that are lower to the ground. Although having the PCB up tall was nice. Maybe I keep holding on to this thing. I'm only here for the starting soon. Yeah. Some people are big fans of starting soon. It has good bits for another project. Actually, let's glue it. Let's just glue it while we're waiting. While we're waiting for that magical, mystical force to start streaming. Put the MIDI cable over here with the keyboard. And then this is garbage because it didn't print properly. Just a little tiny error is enough to get this 4-hour print to be complete garbage. And I think what was causing it is that there was a mark on the plastic, the release plastic, and so stuff wasn't printing quite right. And it just, yeah. Anyway, it needs lots of supports in order to keep it on and make it print nice and accurately. But I can't salvage anything from that. It's just garbage. Yeah, the same PCB holder, but what a crappy thing it is. This one was sent to me. Whoever was watching my stream thought very strongly about my inability to properly hold on to a PCB and sent me the most generic one. This thing is very wonky. It has a little bit of weight to it, which is nice. It does hold a PCB, but at like the bare minimum because it'll slide around in these things, these jaws. I don't like it, but it also holds much larger PCBs than what my vices hold, because I put PCBs in a vise in order to make them heavy enough so that they're not rattling around when I try to solder things. They don't, you know, wander. These need to go over here. I'm not feeling 100% today. Something wonky is going on and it's not robot. But maybe I'll be better tomorrow. We are streaming tomorrow. The bug assault you have to keep nearby just in case there's a fly. But I bubbled out my bug assault. I would like to give it a stock, but I think the stock might make it a little unwieldy. And then I should probably print out a big suppressor to put on the front so that it doesn't have the orange tip, and then I'll get shot by the police. I'll just put it up here where it goes. It needs to be accessible. I need to be able to get to it. I don't need it to knock over my vacuum tubes. That's where I store vacuum tubes. All right, then we have breadboard. I don't really have a spot for these. These are my increasingly nasty breadboards. So let's get just a little bit more life out of this PCB holder. Let's glue it back together. And I just had the epoxy. It was what I put in here. It's plastic epoxy that I have. Try to keep it in stock. So plastic epoxy, and then the best thing to use, probably an index card, but I have a thing of sticky notes over here, so we can just grab a sticky note. Oh God, I gotta make like a ton of doctor's appointments too at some point. Jeez. I haven't seen, you gotta see a retina specialist as a diabetic. I gotta schedule that one and all kinds of other crap that I'm neglecting. All right, so this is going to want to move this way. I think what I want to do is drill a hole in it. Drill a horizontal hole in it, and then I'll just surround the whole thing with plastic epoxy. And I'll rough up the surface a little bit too. I think that'll hold it together. Baking soda and super glue. Yeah, well, I got plastic epoxy. If I got it, I'm going to use it. Clear weld, quick setting epoxy. Let me get a drill. I guess we could use a little drill for this. Little tiny drill. Oh, with a big bit. Look at that bit. Damn. That's a big bit. I'm going to use this much smaller bit, actually. I don't want it to be too big of a hole. I want it to be a respectful hole. Hello, use cement. Well, I don't think you have your certification as an electrician, so I don't think you know what material I should be using to fix this PCB holder. You know, I'm fairly sure you don't have any kind of a certification. I could be wrong. It may have happened once. No, it's never happened. I've not been wrong. It's the kids. Oops, wrong way. I'll pop a hole in my thumb if I'm not careful. You guys are, everything's blurry. Why are you guys so blurry? Back out a little bit. There you go. Come on. You have to twist it a little bit in order to get it to activate. It's like, hey, it has a gyroscope. It's really good for screwing screws. Not great for drilling, but it's good enough. There you go. Hole on each side. That'll just give the cement something else to grip. So I'll put this back. Put it all back. Give it a little roughen up. Basically, I'm just going to do little cross hatches across it. This might give us like another month of use out of this thing. one more circuit board to hold on to. Will's being vigilant. Will is being vigilant at the door. She's barking at everything. The real question is, are we going to get trick-or-treaters this year? Are there enough kids in the neighborhood that they'll want to come around? Or are they just going to go to friends' houses who are in much richer and better neighborhoods around here? We're talking like full-size candy bar neighborhoods. This is a slightly older neighborhood here. There's a lot of retirees and people from Florida. So, but there have been some younger families moving in. Just nobody can afford a freaking house these days, you know? All right, there we go. Should I score the inside? The inside's going to be harder to score. Yeah, she's barking her head off, man. But I don't think it's trick-or-treaters. I think it's just yard service folks going through and getting all those leaves up. Oh, there's dust in here. I'm mostly doing this as kind of a performative act. You know, I'm not really serious about wanting to do the best repair in the world to this thing. But a little bit of plastic cement goes a long way. And we might be able to actually... I mean, right now this thing still works because all the force goes into the crack that way because there's still an attachment on the front. It just pivots backwards. So it's not really... I don't even really need to glue it. But with this thing loose, it sort of wobbles around, so... And this is just from me dropping it. I just dropped it on the ground. I don't care. I don't care that much. All right, let's clean this out. This needs to be... We probably don't want to be gluing down onto dust. I guess I can do this with the Q-tip that I'm about to clip the end off of because I need the solid core as a mixing tool. So just do that. I should probably put acetone on that too, but just to start melting the plastic a little bit. But I don't know what this plastic stuff does. So anyway, my ultimate epoxying tip, Q-tip, cut off the top, and now you have a paper stir. So technically, it's not as irreversibly dooming as using something plastic. Technically, it's a slightly renewable material. This thing, this fancy schmancy cap is supposed to keep you from mixing little bits of epoxy together. Hopefully these haven't hardened. They have not. Like, you're technically not able to put this thing on in reverse, but if you do try to put it on, you can dip the end in the wrong stuff, which I just did. So it's really not that great of a design. I dipped the end of the little cap into the wrong one, and so that's going to activate. Oh well. Now you should be able to see on thermals as I mix this, it heat up because it's epoxy. But yeah, I use either Post-it notes or cue cards, index cards. Nobody indexes anymore. Nobody has index cards unless you're a student. Who uses index cards anymore? Jeez. That should be heating up, but I don't know. Maybe it's not exothermic. Right, and then just a liberal application. And then that hole we drilled should hopefully lend it some extra strength. Ooh, that's booger snot consistency, huh? Big piece of booger snot. There we go. So I want to go above and below the crack as much as possible. If I was really super serious about this, I'd probably open it up a little bit so that the epoxy gets like into the crack and gets all that like interstitial area, but I'm not too serious about this. The tip was full of liquid. I literally saw it drip into the wrong end. All right, on the outside here. My hand's cramping. There we go. That's a lot of glue on this thing. Yeah, it's already dripping a little bit. It's getting all drippy. Got that drip. There you go. Good enough. Good enough for me. What about you guys? I don't know where to put this so that it doesn't get all weird and drippy. Oh, it looks like we epoxied this too. Oh, well. Mission detected. Oh, somebody's ringing the doorbell. Well, can't do nothing about that because I'm streaming. All right, so that's got to dry. I don't know how long that's going to take. Just put it somewhere. Take this off. Problem is we don't know if it's trick-or-treaters or people doing political canvassing, which you're not technically allowed to do in this neighborhood, but it's going to happen because we're a swing state. And so literally every ad on TV is some kind of a political ad. I can feel heat in this, and yet, oh, no, never mind. I can't feel heat. I'm just accustomed to it. I guess it doesn't get very hot. Yeah, it's just where I touched. Strange. What up, Trey Pop? How you doing? We just epoxied something back together. Hopefully to good results. I don't know how long this is going to take to set, but basically the trick the trick being displayed now is I cross-drilled it with a hole so that there's something for that top piece to kind of like get, for the epoxy to like grip on the top. And then I scored it with a knife in a crosshatch to give the epoxy more stuff to kind of bite into. It is a little drippy though. I could have waited a little bit to put the epoxy on, but yeah. Trick-or-treating at noon 30. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I don't know, it's too early for them. So it's probably the political canvassing that's going on. I don't want to put this on anything that I can't clean epoxy off. I'm going to put it on the milling machine. Over here. My poor neglected milling machine. We got to get back to this. This is the non-electronics or software project that I still need to do, is get this thing up and running again. It still works. I use it as a drill press, but I would very much like my DRO back because it makes machining a much more accessible thing for me to do. I don't trust any of my ability to measure and plot and locate where I need to be drilling holes unless I have the DRO functioning. Why is the bottom one? I guess that's where I was holding it. I was like, why is that one warm and that one isn't? Let's got two-part epoxy on it, but I guess it's not exothermic. All right. How's everybody doing today? We should get started here now that we've repaired my PCB vise. What's going on is the same thing that we were doing last time. So let's start soon out of here. Let's get the music faded out. Fade out the music. Just fade it out. Out you go. Away, away, away. And we can finally actually start streaming. Hi, welcome back to the shop. We're kind of closing up what we were doing yesterday, which was on Tuesday, rather. Just got done reviewing 3D model data center plans at work. Then I laughed. No, then I learned they're outdated floor plans. Oh, that's terrible. I saw some great advice for D&D, if you're DMing, is to use like a mall layout. Like if you're looking for like a dungeon, you either use like a mall or a hospital, or you just look for other layout plans and turn them into your dungeon. I thought that was pretty clever. Anyway, so here I am. Hi, welcome to the shop. This is where I mop. We are working to get some projects under my belt and actually get them finished, and it's impossible. It's like getting harder and harder for us to do this, but as we organically move through things, new things come up all the time. Julian wanted to make a mixer. He wanted me to make him a mixer. I thought it was kind of a fascinating project because it's going to push me to get things as small as possible. And that sort of helps me lead into the modular synthesizer testing module, because I want to be using full 3D parts, Fusion 360, in order to create a module tester that'll let me actually put all the signals out in order to, for instance, make a VCO, make a C note, and then analyze that C note to make sure that it's a C note. And I can change the note and the voltage and all that stuff, and actually know that my stuff works. I cracked the window open and now I'm hearing like huge noises outside. There about 10 million people with leaf blowers are going to be descending upon the backyard area there very soon. They're doing the neighborhood, which involves going into all the little cul-de-sacs and then doing the big circle. And so I think they are at the big circle, but there's going to be a lot of leaf blower noise. I don't think they've come through our back alleyway yet. But anyway, so I've been wanting to do a DIY mixer project for a while now. I have a friend in sound stuff, in like sound production, which is why I have a nice microphone. And he has wanted, the guy who made all the mixers that those sound guys used on location retired, and I was like, ooh, I want to make a mixer. And so I looked into it a lot, and I was going to make like a big spread out surface mount design that they could all use. I think they've probably got somebody who makes that stuff now, but he was saying like the cool thing about this mixer is that if something breaks, you could just go to Radio Shack and find parts, which you can't do that anymore. So I was going to do like a surface mount version, and that would be relatively fixable instead of completely field serviceable. But I never got around to it. But I was looking a lot into how mixers sort of are made, and I've sort of rekindled that sort of project with this one. So Julian wants a mixer. He wants a left and a right channel. He wants 2 left and right channels mixed together on one singular left and right channel, and he wants gain control over all 3. And he said something about normalizing, but I don't think I can do normalizing without it being digital. So I don't know if, this is a case of maybe the customer doesn't know what they're talking about, or the customer doesn't have a full idea of how this stuff works, or I need to learn more about mixers is likely the thing. The thing about mixers is when you have like an analog mixer, you take your signals in and then you put it through a bunch of amplifiers or damplifiers, attenuators, amplifier, attenuate, whatever, and then you put it all onto the same line. It just all goes onto a rail that goes the whole mixer. So it's pretty fascinating. There's all kinds of stuff you can do with that, but then when you take it off of that rail, you put it through more amplifiers and then you output it. So that's what I kind of want to do. He wants it to be a headphone amplifier. So I actually found a couple chips that I thought were fascinating. They're specifically headphone amps. I haven't ordered them yet. I probably should have. I just remembered that. I knew there was something that I forgot to order, but I have a couple specific headphone amplifiers in mind. I guess they've got high gain, and maybe they just have some features that are specific to headphones. I don't know. You can do normalizing analog. Use the switch in the Donkey Kong to normal or break connection. Is that what those are doing? They're putting ground onto the line when it's not plugged in, and I guess that's normalizing. Yeah, I've got to look that up. I have to look up what that means. But yeah, it's basically when something's not plugged in, it still functions properly. When we get parts in, we'll look more into the schematics and how these things work, because I think I've got a pretty good idea of what I'm doing, but I'm probably missing a few beats of information that I'll need in order to put together something. It sounds simple, but it's not that simple. A headphone amp, or is the whole mixer a glorified headphone amp? I'm going to be putting in a headphone amplifier chip. It's a chip that just has all the amplify stuff figured out, and it's got a little suppression for pop noises and stuff like that. I think the one I'm using has that, but he wants it to specifically be a headphone amp, but also you could use it for other kinds of stereo output from modular synthesizer stuff. So basically taking, plus minus 5 volt signals and then putting them out to whatever headphones eat, which is usually a much smaller signal. But the thing is, like, Julian's modular synthesizer it's a Eurorack system, and it's big, but it's not that big. So we need to make it as minimalistic as absolutely possible. If we can't do it in 2 units, he doesn't want it. And I think I can do it. We just need to work on those parts a little bit and get them ready to go. And then the other part of this is sadly, I am going to be tossing out all of the progress on the power supply board of the module synthesizer testing setup. I need to redo the power supply, and we need to make it use milliamp gauges because these don't have the granularity that I want them to. Luckily, this is very easy. I was looking at Veils. Wait, Veils does normalization? What was I was looking at blinds. But hold on, let's take a look real quick. Mutable instruments, Veils. Oh, that's for sale. No longer available. Mutable instruments. There's a GitHub. Yeah, the GitHub page. And then we go down to Veils, which will be way down here. Yarns, Veils, open source, schematics. This is so many amps. I'm going to need so many amps. And I did an order of V2164s. That's one of the chips that's coming in the mail. So this goes to ground when not connected. And then this is the control for that. And we have a 10K. We got 2 pots in here. One is for modular, Eurorack control. That's why we've got a +10 reference coming in here. So this goes back to +10 when it's not plugged in. Or rather, it works against the +10. And then that goes to the amplifier there. What the heck? -2.5 coming in there. What the Anyway, so for the audio pathway, we are going through what looks like just a simple amplifier, and then we've got a clipping LED, which is something that I want to feature. Veils is the voltage controlled amplifier. Yeah, so this is the voltage control right here. This is the voltage control right here. And then this would be the knob on the front. I don't know what this one's doing. And then we have our amplified output right here. 1 to 2.4. I don't know what this one is doing. That's part of the normalization. Or when it's not plugged in, it passes it off to the next. Oh, I think it passes it off to the next one. Three to 4. So it's 2 to 3, 1 to 2. That's so weird. It throws it in basically. Okay, so if you don't plug something in, it will throw that input signal to the next one plugged in, and it'll do that down the line. Probably why it's called Veils. One covers the next. Neat. But yeah, without that, I mean, what we're doing is just a simple stereo, I guess, implementation of pretty much this circuit. It's what I want out of the thing. I want a clipping LED, and I want, well, this control is going to have to be reined in a little bit. I'm not doing external voltage control of the amplifier, but I've got one of these 2164s coming in the mail, so that means I'm going to have 4 voltage controlled amplifiers, 2 for, well, left and right, and then both left and right. Or rather, one of these chips would be for the 4 inputs. What's the second one? And then I'll have to have I don't know about normalization, but I'll have to have something that you can adjust the RL balance with on the back of the board. So I'll need to import a couple 3D models of potentiometers, figure out how I'm gonna do that. Oh my God, this whole project is challenging, which is why, I thought it was kind of interesting, because it's very annoying. So let's open it up. So this would be in modular synthesizer projects. It's just where I'm keeping all this stuff. And boy, on the subject of being lazy, I really do need to export all these, the ones that we've done, to solid parts and put them up on my GitHub, just so that you guys have access to it, so you can play around with this stuff if you want. I have been too lazy to do it, and I'll need to sort of rally and organize myself in order to get that done. I have little bits of epoxy on my hands. It makes everything feel kind of gross. Everything feels like weird and soft. Ugh. I hate that feeling. Should have put on gloves for what I was doing. So right now, what I've done is at the beginning of the project, you go, oh, that's really neat. How am I going to do it? Look up a couple circuits, figure out some chips that I need to order in order to put everything on the breadboard. In the meantime, I need to go, can my software and the parts that I like to use even fit on this board? Because the only form factors that I can find these chips in are SO14. SO has a particular width to it, and you know, here in the modern world, sometimes now SO is way too big for a lot of electronics designs, especially if we're going to be limiting ourselves to 2 standard Eurorack sizes. That's 100 millimeters of circuit board, but it's 10 millimeter width. 10 millimeter by 100 millimeter. There are SO chips that are bigger than that, and so. Am I going to be able to run traces? Am I going to be able to order this from JLPCB? Am I going to be able to fit everything mechanically that needs to fit on this? The amount of control stuff and through-hole stuff is also pushing this right up to the precipice. This is as much stuff as I can fit in this design. It's insane. But the parts that I'm getting, the V2164, is not made by a cool enough company to get their parts on DigiKey, and they're not universally used. These are parts that mimic the function of older parts, or they mimic some particular niche function in the modular synthesizer world. So they only come in certain packages. So you can get a through-hole version, or you can get an SO version. I need to make sure that with all the stuff that I want to do on this, I'm able to fit the SO parts, and I'm able to route traces around them, because that's going to be very frustrating. I'm going to be very frustrated about this. Maybe we mean different things when saying normalization. The pass it on thing is what I was thinking about. Yeah, I don't know, like whisper down the lane is not what he wants. That's for sure. Like he wants left right, and then you can control that gain, and then left right output, and you can control that gain. There's no pass through of any kind. It would be signals come in and you mix them. I don't know, man. I think maybe he just means left and right are controlled with one knob. That maybe is what he means. In which case, the VCA, we could just put them both on one line. And maybe one of them gets a potentiometer. So yeah, in order to vet that out, what I needed to do about whether or not I'm able to actually make this board at all is I need to go through all of the steps, but they need to kind of be half-assed. You know, I'm not going to put down my full schematic right now because I don't know if the parts that I need are exactly the right sizes or they're the right thing. Like, I'm not wiring up anything. The way Fusion 360 works and your typical circuit designing CAD works is you put down that schematic in order to program what parts are supposed to be connected to what parts. So you have 3 files that make up your design. And the third one is only something that we got recently over the past couple of years. It used to be in the 3D version of the part, you would have like placeholder boxes, but even before that, when I was still using these programs, you don't get anything 3D. Your board comes in the mail and you go, oh my God, that's what it looks like. And you look at the bottom layer and you're like, oh, that's what the bottom layer looks like. We have a representative drawing of the 2-dimensional board, but the 3-dimensional board is like a total add-on. It's revolutionary. It's really awesome to have. So what I did is I put down placeholder parts that have the right package and have a 3D representation, and we're seeing if we can get all this stuff together in the design first. So you do your 2-dimensional board. If you're putting down a schematic, you can tell the program what needs to be connected to what. You then have to go over to a PCB document, and that PCB document is just going to throw your parts in the corner. It's just going to toss them in the corner. So from there, we figured out, well, what fits on here? What exactly can fit? And that led to a lot of pad altering. We had to alter the pads in order to get them to be very efficient. And I have to actually alter the parts to fit them in. I have to bend the leads flat against the body, and then we need to get cutouts on the edge here. But from here, we can then vet out whether or not this thing can exist in space, and it'll give us an idea of what this thing looks like. Hashtag Fusion ad. Yep, that's why it's on there. Did I put it at the end of this title, of the Twitch title? I think I did. Mind you, I don't know if I would be comfortable saying Fusion is the best program at doing this. They are affordable-ish, and it's what I use. It's just what I know how to use. Oh, Autodesk ad. Yeah, there we go. I didn't capitalize it. I keep getting something, there's always something a little bit wrong. Mixer and headphone amp. Yeah, that's pretty much, I think that's pretty much what it is. And I need to look into, but he did specifically mention normalization, so I don't know what the deal is with that. So yeah, he wanted individual control over 2 pairs of LR inputs and then a stereo. This is the wrong, that's the wrong part. A stereo output. So we need to make this a different package. And the package for this one is pretty much the same thing, but it's green. Because that's the stereo output. I'm giving it the same schematic symbol. This is technically not what the output looks like. It doesn't have the switch there. Instead, it's tip ring and shield, and we need to figure out which pin does what. But now that should update the 3-dimensional part, and it should put it in the same location. It's got the exact same footprint. It's just one of these is tip ring, and then shield is P1, the one that flies out in the open air. And so then we go to the 3D part, and that's going to update it. We push. And I have one of these stereo ones. I actually bought one not knowing what I'd do with it, and now I know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to put it on this PCB. Why is it not updating? Oh, it's still going. It does a lot of manipulation when it creates the 3-dimensional part. I love how it's warning me that it's out of sync. I'm like, I'm literally syncing it right now. There we go. So yeah, instead of, and I very specifically found a 3D model that didn't just copy. Oh no, this one just copies what the other ones have. Never mind. I thought I got one that specifically had the special interior stuff, but it looks like it's just green. They just made it green. That's all. Oh well. This technically has a different 2 HP mixer. Yep, that's pretty much it. It's so small. This is also something that I can use because I'll be able to put one of these into my setup and have just my ultimate output, and then clipping indicators are something that I would like to have. And so we've sort of tootled around to see if we could actually fit an LED. So there'll just be a hole in the top, in the panel that this will shine through, and there won't be much bleed over because it's sitting between these 2 gigantic towers of audio jacks. This is gonna be something that I have to solder in first, and if I have to do anything with the LED from there, you know, good luck. I'll have to desolder the whole connector in order to do anything with that. You could do stuff where you mount like LEDs to the other side of the board too. I've seen that before, but I don't really want to do that. You have a hole in the board, and the LED straddles the hole on the other side of the board and shines up through the PCB. But I don't want to do that. I'm just going to put a big red LED, just a big honking red LED that just faces up into a hole. We'll have to figure out what the position of that is. Everything's got an XY coordinate, and so we'll have a sketch on the front panel that will give all those measurements, and then I can make a separate file where we combine the PCB and the front panel. But what I want to do right now, what we're starting with here, and probably won't take us the whole stream, is I just want to put a slot on this part so that it chews out. It basically opens up this part of the board right here that's intersecting. And I guess the way that I'm going to do that so that I have this part for future builds is, because we've already made this part like super specific to this design by moving these pins in. This is the super compact version of the potentiometer. I don't think I'm going to be using the super compact version of the potentiometer in any other design other than a 2 rack panel, 2U design. So what I'll do is I'll put those board cuts with the part. If I ever have to rearrange this, or if I want to make like a 2U VCO or something like that, I can pull these parts back in and use them in a future design, and they'll be in a different position, and everybody will be happy, and I'm going to be popular, and all the girls will like me, and I won't smell anymore. I mean, I won't like smell to other people. I'll still be able to smell. I'll retain my olfactory sense. Okay, let's go back to the schematic where we have the what is it? The place components dialog. I don't know why I start from here, but I always start from here, and I want to go to the edit library manager, the open library manager dialog. I want to view in use because that takes away that giant list of libraries. You know, there's thousands of parts, and a lot of these libraries also come with Fusion 360. You can get a library from SparkFun. You can get a library from Seed Studio. That's kind of the amalgamation of all my stuff. You can sometimes even get whole libraries of parts from manufacturers who want you to put their part in your CAD, so you buy their part. I don't trust them. I only trust stuff that I've used and built on a circuit board before, which is a weird, there's got to be a loophole in there somewhere, otherwise I'd never have new parts. But I really trust the ones that I've used on circuit boards before, and that's why I have my own private libraries. One of these is a backup of a library, and I don't know why it's in use. For some reason, it wanted to make a backup of it for some reason. But anyway, so I have them categorized into different types of things. The power header is going to be a headache. I think what I'm going to have to do is solder in the power header and then file it flat with a file. With a literal file. I'll have to put tape around everything and then file it flat, and then whatever component is in that area, it'll be multiple components because it's a 6-pin, 5-pin. It's 5-pin header that I'll have to put on there. That's going to be very annoying. But anyway, let's work on the knob first, and then maybe we can find a place to put that thing. I could do it that way, or I could cut the header pins short so that they don't stick out the back of the board, and then when I solder it, I can have a concave bubble on that pin. And then I'll be able to put a component on top of it and it won't stick out at all. You got to do weird stuff in order to fit everything in such a small area. And my big problem is that we only have SO packages. I would use quad flat no leads just to my complete advantage. I would lean on those QFN packages in order to put all the chips down. The headphone amp has a QFN package. I'm gonna have to get, well, I probably just have to get the QFN and work with that on the breadboard. I'll have to make an adapter for it. But yeah, QFN, they can get very small, and so I would want to be using them in this design, but because this voltage controlled amplifier is a niche product, it only comes in SO flavor. PCB sandwich, I've already considered it. I can get, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 pins of the low profile round standoffs. I could do that, and then I could do a PCB sandwich. The way that 2HP does it is they have a surface mount header that is also right angle. And so that right angle header, they'll put the offset so that it holds the circuit board perpendicular to the front panel. But I think I can fit everything in just the 2HP module because you get like 35 millimeters of depth for a typical rack, and it's very difficult. Like going anywhere near 35 millimeters of depth for this type of panel is just completely insane. Like, people will hate you for it. So so I want to keep everything nice and tight. I want it to just be on this one PCB. It's part of the challenge. This is like a no death run. So if I die, the stream ends. I mean, I guess that probably wouldn't happen, but the stream would end eventually. But all right, anyway, what we're trying to do is alter a knob, so that's mechanical. So the manage mechanical library is what I want to edit. So let's go into there. Oh wait, I need to edit mechanical manage. There we go. It's going to open up the library manager and all that stuff. This is where the program starts to get kind of well, it's, we're streaming at the same time. So a lot of resources of the computer are going to the stream, and then all the remaining resources are being hoovered up by the CAD program. I restarted this computer though, so it had better be nice to me. All right, so what we're looking for is the pot US. We've got all kinds of different designs in here, and not a lot of them that I've given 3D models, but I made a narrow bent model. Why is that not coming up with mechanical managed? Usually this would come up with the 3D, oh, I see, because I'm clicking specifically on the footprint. Yeah, there's the 3D model. So I guess we're just opening up the whole part, and this is the component. So the component consists of 3 different things. One is your schematic symbol, and because of the way the tree works, you have a limited, like, all of them share a schematic symbol. All of these footprints here share a schematic symbol. Now you can have other, other things that come with it. Like if you have an amplifier, you can have it so that you click once and one amplifier goes in, You click another time and the other amplifier comes in. And you use that swap layers to do that. But basically you have the symbol that all of them share, and then you have the footprints that can vary completely, and each footprint has a 3D model associated with that footprint. So if you have a slightly different footprint that alters things in a negligible way, or maybe it just has different markings on it, and you associate it with a 3D model, it has to be another 3D model. I think you can associate two with the same 3D model, but I think it saves it like twice or something. So we've got a bunch of 3D models where it's like, I don't know. It's just very wasteful the way it does this, and I don't know, whatever. I guess it works. But then you connect the parts with this dialog. So this dialog is all the files that you've got associated with that schematic symbol, and then their interrelation to one another. What is supposed to be connected where? This over here, this thing that I'm trying to click and it's not really highlighting, this is the programming, what basically the program uses to tell you, oh, this pad here needs to be connected to this pad over here. So it's important to get all this stuff right. But what we're doing is we're going in and we are trying to add a board cutout to this part. So this 3D model, I'm going to open up the 3D model, and that's going to open it up with the footprint in this document has been updated. Okay. Oh yeah, because we made them weird and narrow. So this has a representative footprint. This is basically what we did in the 2D drawing in order to make what's going to go on the circuit board, what's going to be printed on the circuit board, and where the copper is going to be on the circuit board. So this is, I mean, this is off by a little bit, but we're rolling with that. It's fine. I just don't want my model to be all clippy. What's going to happen IRL is I'm just going to bend those pins in. But we want this location, oh boy, we want this location to be accurate. Otherwise, it's going to ride up on the edge of the hole that we're going to make in the front panel. So this right here, this barrel needs to be in the right spot. And to do that, we need to have a little cut in the board where the two legs are coming through. We don't have pads for it, and I don't need to solder the legs down, although it probably would be nice for like static prevention, but all I need is for these tabs to slot into holes, and then I can bend the end of it around the circuit board, and it'll just grip that circuit board. And what these also prevent is when you reach the detent on this potentiometer, you don't end up bending the current carrying pins. You don't want to bend those pins. They only have so many bends in them. So you put a big anchor on it, and that way when the gorilla that you've hired to operate your synthesizer starts turning the volumes up and down like a madman, they don't accidentally blow up your internal circuitry. Instead, they end up ripping the entire knob off of it, which Julian has done to one of my designs before, and I'll never forgive him. He was futzing with the knobs, and he forgot to undo the detent on it, and it pulled the entire mechanism out of a potentiometer. Just mad behavior, just insane behavior from him. Anyway, so in order to put, well, we're not doing it in the 3D model. We'll be doing this in the 2D model. We need to put down a slot basically in this thing. Origin here is the center. It's the thing that I want to aim this part with. Basically, this will dictate the position of the potentiometer and where all of the mechanical stuff is. So I need to figure out where that slot's going to be located per origin. Now, we can do it by measuring this with the tools that Fusion's given me, or I could just pull up a potentiometer. Oh wait, we're on the computer already. I could pull up a potentiometer layout. So going back to here and just searching Thonk potentiometer, which is just an alpha rebranded. Thonk is a UK provider of this kind of stuff, and they have a collection of all the good things. But you know, alpha 9mm pot, you can get these from DigiKey. So we want the 9mm trimmer pot. Oh my God! I zoom out. Tall trimmer pot, and then we want the layout advice. Put that in a new tab. It's going to be a little blurry. It's fine. I mean, I could also look up Song Hui. Was that right? Is it EI? HUEI 9mm potentiometer. They're going to have all the same information, but I can get it directly from them. This is, oh yeah, this is their website. What are we looking up? We're looking up a right angle potentiometer. Watch it not be here. It's literally this one. I just wanted to, no, come back. What is going on here? Rotary potentiometer, but I don't want it to be right angle. It probably took us to a weird trimmer pot. And then, nope, not trimmer. No. Rotary wire wound joystick slide, no. Faders and motor, no. Position sensor, no. Encoder, no. Tactile switch, no. Rotary switch, no. Okay, so is it included with the one? They have ones that light up. That would be a neat way to do it, and I've seen it done in synthesizers where you have clear knobs that light up. We could do the clipping indicator through the knob, but from what I hear, I guess the quality isn't as good. I don't know. I'm gonna keep them as opaque plastic. Am I a joke to you? Is that what's going on? Why is this there? I'm clicking on this. It went away. Okay, fine. Why is the one that I'm looking for not here? Is it included with the, yeah, oh, okay, I see, okay, all right. So the right angle ones are included with the picture is just different. 9mm rotary, this is with a metal thing. I want the plastic one. My dog is going nuts. That means they're probably going to do another sweep. Is this one all light up? No, because then there's this one. But those are all right angle. Which one would it be? What's on page 2? Is this the one I'm looking for on? Okay, so it's definitely a page 1 item. Snap-in insulated, no. I mean, 9mm rotary. But these are only, oh, I see, there's page 2. There's page 2. None of these are the right thing. Darn it. What the heck? Oh, you know what it is? It's one of these. Yeah, it's going to be one of these, right? Oh my goodness, she's so adamant about barking at stuff. Those are 14. Why can't I find the right product? Am I dumb? Is it me? Am I dumb? I think it's me. I think I am dumb. I'm looking to see what these guys are quoting for the spacing of the legs. It's literally, I want this one. Ah, oh, it just went away. Where is the one from the banner? Why you do this to me? You do this. It's definitely rotary. That's the only category that it really makes sense for. And then it's going to be one of these where they list the right angle one, but 9mm rotary potentiometer was the thing. More PCBs than one would be the better real through-hole LED. Yeah, I can't do a through-hole. No. I did click the banner. It didn't take me to the right place. Thonky Kongs, yeah, Thonky Cons. These, so Thonk resells a lot of the devices that we need. But, okay, look. We don't have space for an actual LED to stick through everything. I need to use the tiny little surface mount one because there's not enough room. I mean, maybe if I got real lucky, I could fit a 3mm LED like right here. And it would be super duper duper close. But we tried this last time. Here, look. Watch this. Place components. And then we are in... What would that be? This would be... I guess it was just components is kind of a blanket category, isn't it? So LED, and then the package that I'm using is the 3mm one, and I made a minimalistic pad version. We did that last time. That is 10 millimeters sticking up from the board because that's where the thonks connect. So if I choose that one, place it down here. Go to our two-dimensional. Insulation tubing around the 2 pine and 5mm. I can't, it's not gonna fit. Look, if I can just, Okay. So within the rules for the board, this just will not go anywhere. The only place it'll let me is kind of try to flirt with putting it there. I want to put it up here, but it won't let me do that. Mount the LED high through front. No. Will not. There. Waiting. It's going to do the rendering, and it'll show you how obscenely huge the LED is. What about only legs between the pots and have the LED sit higher? I'll show you guys what we mean here. Just wait for it to do its job. I think it's done. Okay. It is just too huge. So the LED would be that big. It might fit in this sort of interstitial space. I would have trouble getting the legs in the right position, and the CAD software really does not want me to mess around with this. The whole spacing up here is the problem. The width of that pin right there makes it so that I can't quite get this thing in that area. And not to mention the fact that traces are probably going to become an issue. Also, well, I measured the LED legs, and supposedly that could fit them, although it probably should get slightly larger pads. But this is a 3mm LED. This is inspect. Go like this. Oh, no, wrong. Go like this. Length. Diameter, 3mm. This is a 3mm LED. I don't think you quite grasp how incredibly restrictive this form factor is. I don't have room for anything. So surface mount LED is definitely what's going to be used here. While I could just put pads down and try to solder it, then you've got this huge moment arm that's sitting on the board, and it's sitting on two pads on the board. It's just not going to do. No, we can't do through holes. We're just going to do surface mount LEDs in between the jacks, and I'll put a little hole in the front panel, and that's that. There's no other choices there. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to actually alter the pads for the potentiometer part, and that'll have the slots in it. And so in order to get those slots in the right place, we need the data sheet for these things. I'm not finding it on their website. It's right there. It's right there. There it is. That's what I need. But I click on it and nothing happens. Man, 9mm rotary potentiometer without the metal shaft, but 9mm snap-in insulated, right angle. This is not quite the right thing, but it's going to have the right spacing, I suppose. Do we get a data sheet? There it is. I don't know why it was so hard to find on that website. I don't know why they did that, but here are the dimensions that we need to adhere to. So I need to make a slot that contains basically that area, and I guess we can either base it off of what they say the pin width is, or we could base it off of this mounting hole dialog. Yeah, see, here's where you would specify that you want the knob with the slot in it. It needs bling. I could give it gold-plated nuts on the Donkey Kongs. What about only legs between the pots and have the LED sit higher? That way you don't have the clearance for the whole radius. Well, it would be like, yes, I could probably get it done if I had the holes here, and then I would bend the LED to just kind of do like a little bendy thing. Or I could put it on the other side. Oh, no, there's no room there. I mean, it would be something that would be totally doable if I had a little bit of clearance underneath this. If I flip this around, then we've got the same problem with this being in the middle and it not allowing the LED to go next to it, which is why I'm going with the surface mount LED. It doesn't need to have a through-hole LED. The 3mm LEDs look nice and they allow you to do positive and negative, but I don't necessarily need that. We're doing a clipping indicator and it's going to be just one direction. It's you're too loud. So all it needs is a singular LED. Each of these LEDs, unfortunately, will also need their own amplifier. Happy Halloween, and hey, Keeper of Maps, thank you so much for the 57 months at Tier 1. I really appreciate that. Yes, happy Halloween. I hit my start scream button. Bah ha 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 ha. Anyway. Yeah, sorry, I can't make it a Technicolor nightmare of LEDs. I will have a red LED in there, and it'll be a very serious module that never smiles. Okay, so back to what we was doing, which we was altering stuff. So we was altering our potentiometer, and we are altering the 2D pad. So I need pot, narrow, bent, edit that. And here we are in the 2D part manipulation dialog. So I need to add a hole. I think I can do place. Yeah, place hole. But does a hole do a slot? It does not. I could also make a special pad. Do you have a ferrite bead to the input of signals? Is the /S sarcastic? Is that what's going on? I do have parts that I really like that are ferrite beads that are surface mount. There's a choice that you can do. I can either do the surface mount part, or I could do it's like a capacitor type thing in order to suppress high frequency. There's a specific static suppression surface mount part that I ordered an absolute boatload of. PTH pad array, pattern. Hole I don't think is proper. Hole, you just specify a drill. That doesn't do slots. So if I do a pad and I place it in the location that it's supposed to be, we can alter the pad and we can make that into a slot. And then I can turn this 90 degrees. And we can make this catered to the size of the legs. Yeah, flux. We gotta add flux capacitors to things. No, they're like they're specially for suppression. It's something Mutable Instruments uses. Basically, I take all of my cues from Mutable Instruments because those designs are really good. So we had one open a minute ago. Do we still? Yeah. In the later designs, like which one used it? Not Veils. Does Marbleps? I think Marbleps uses them. Marbleps has a very big schematic indeed. But on all the inputs, Marbleps does not. Yeah, there it is. It's got these ESD things to ground on all of the inputs, and that's just in case you've been shuffling around on the carpet. Okay, so our thonk, what is the, it doesn't give us the center of the slot. Why do they do this to us? Why must they do this? They always give you these weird, they give you like as few dimensions as possible. And it's always very annoying to kind of figure out where, like here they do give us the center, but that's the center of, we're 7 off of the center, and then they give us an overall 10.6, and then they go ahead and tell us that the boxes are 2.2 by 1.8. But why is it 2-2.2? What does that mean? 2.2 by 1.8, I would assume, would be the width and height, and then it's 2.2 tall. So, well, 7 we already know is the center of it, but we're going with our center is the cross there in the middle. So they would be located at 0, and then what's the next? Oh, you're saying that's giving us the plus minus, but 1.8 is the fixed. That's going to be the drill, and then the slot size is going to be 2. And the location is going to be half of 10.6 minus half of 10.6, so 5.3 minus 7, 8, no, 9.9. So 10.3 0.3 minus 0.9. No, that's not right. It would be at 10 point. That doesn't make sense. Hold on, I'm gonna get streaming and math. Don't mix. We need every help that we can get because I have to be out here and be authoritative and fun and punchy. I can't do that while I'm doing math. It's where did that go? Times the dividend minus 1 plus 2.51, and then you carry. No, that's not. And then you make when you make footprints like this, is it possible to 3D print to test fitment? Yes. Actually, what I've done in the past is I exported the PCB to a solid, because you can just right-click on things in Fusion and say, just make that into an STL file. And so I've done that before. I've taken the circuit board, make it an STL, print it on the 3D printer, and Bob's your uncle. You can also export it as like a drawing and stuff like that, and extrude that drawing into its own part. But like if I take this board, move the component, push to 2D. Okay, so I can't quite do it there, but board 1, save it as a mesh, right-click, save as mesh. Don't mess with these settings. Click OK. Board to temp prints. And if I go to my desktop, I can open up Super Slicer. And we got to find the temp prints directory, which is not that one. There it is, temp prints. Okay. And now the board, bada bing. So that has all the holes drilled in it. And by drilled, I mean they're just absence of filament. But I can use this in order to plot out where all my components are going in 3 dimensions. So, I mean, I could literally hit print on this right now, and we could fit all the components onto the plastic. There is no object with extrusions on the first layer. What? What are you smoking here, Super Slicer? How do I move in 3D in Super Slicer again? There we go. Control click. What do you mean there's nothing? That is absolutely on the board. What are you talking about? Let's try dropping it again. Oh, okay, so maybe there is a problem with this. Yeah, I guess the way to do it then would be to export the design into something else, like its own file. Because yeah, there's this component with all the vias that came with the board file. If I delete that, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so if I took out all the vias, then I can have a mechanical helper. It feels like we're so close to 3D printing PCBs at home. If you look at the latest Project Binky video from Bad Obsession Motorsports, they do that. They actually do that, which I think is it's a lot of work to get to the point where they could have just priced out PCBs and it would have been cheaper and less effort to just get PCBs made by a company. But they did effectively 3D print their own circuit board. They put it on FR4, and then they had the traces printed out by this mad 3D print kind of thing. It was a little bit crazy. Anyway, no through-hole LEDs. Sorry. I'm so sorry. It just won't work. It's possible I can make it work, but I don't think it will. So anyway, back to what we were doing. We were editing this part, and we were trying to get... Oh, man, where did that go? Oh, it popped out. Why did you pop out? Go back. Go back. Oh, the CAD program is not happy with me. That was the go back button that I hit. My favorite ways to get pad sizes like that is to screenshot the datasheet and place a canvas on a sketch and calibrate the canvas. I've done that with RC car parts. The favorite, my version of what you've done. What have you done? My favorite version of what you've done is to take the pan of an RC car and put it in a photocopier. And then you take that photocopy into the CAD program. Fusion lets you bring drawings of stuff in, and they have a very open-ended calibration tool, which is where you choose 2 points on the part. So you can zoom way in and choose like a corner, and then zoom way out, and then zoom way back into your drawing and choose another corner and say, that's supposed to be 4 millimeters. And then it'll scale it to the right size. So yeah, that's a fun way to do it. I'm just gonna do a little bit of math here. So we just need to figure out what the center to center distance is of this 2 to 2.2 by 1.8. If we take it as, well, the height, whatever, it's giving us 1.8 as the width. So 1.8 is the width. Hey, Madame, what's up? 1.8 is the width of that pad. 10.6 over 2 is the distance to the outside. So that would be 5.3. So 5.3 minus 0.9. 5.3 minus 0.9. There we go. I gave myself half a second to do some thinking, and I actually figured it out. 4.4. So that's our plus minus distance to the center of where this is going to go. So this right here, go to the properties, and that is going to be position. We'll put this one in negative 4.4. Click OK. That's the location. And conveniently, it's where I drew that extra line on the part symbol. So now I'm going to take this, and now I need to size this slot to the actual hole that the pin is going to go into. And in order to do, let's see, what was it? It was the slot length is 2. Well, we'll make it the full size. We'll make it the full 2.2. So that's the length. The drill is going to be, it should be 1.8, because that's the width of the, yeah, 1.8. Actually, that might, yeah, no, that's correct. So 1.8. And then the diameter is going to be 0. Let's see if it yells at us for that. Okay, so apparently it chose auto as the diameter. That's annoying. That's a little bit weird, isn't it? That's a little bit too big. That's not quite what we were... Maybe we should get our own number from the 3D model. How accurate is that going to be? Utilities, measure, this length. That's 0.4. Yeah, so it doesn't need to be 1.8. That's just the size of the box that they want you to have. And I could draw a little box that would, like, you know, drill in, but I don't know. Hey, what's up, Brink Gigi? How you doing? We're trying to figure out the slots on the legs for this thing. That's the 3D model. We don't need to have that open, actually. I can close that. And then this is what we're altering. And I could probably bring this down. We actually had, I think it was 0.5 millimeter that I wanted to make it. 0.6, I think, is too small, was it? Well, it's 0.4, so 0.6 is actually larger than the pin itself. And then auto for the pad size. Now, I guess I could have them be pads. They don't need to be solderable, though. No, it's straddling the edge of the PCB. That's the whole deal with it. But I really don't want to have a via in there. I wish I could make it like not. See, I don't get for doing. I guess I can do multiple holes to make it, but I don't know if that's really the kosher way to do this. So making it a pad like this is going to have a via that's hanging out in space. It's not going to look right. And I don't need to have conductivity on it. I don't need it to be a, whatever that thing was called, the hole on the edge. I don't need that. What's wrong with the via? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a different process, and I don't need it to use that process. And also in the CAD program, it'll show the via hanging out over the edge, and it'll look like crap. Castellation, there's that word. This it's literally just a cut in the side of the board. It can be soldered, that's fine, but it doesn't need to be. So I could represent it with a bunch of different holes. I don't know what else I can do in the, like, to properly indicate what I want done. So, like, there's a hole there. There's also a milling layer that I could potentially put it on. That was something that I ran into with one of the other ones. But I could also put multiple holes to make a slot, but then how many is that going to require? So what does JLPCB say that I should probably... Well, JLPCB has advice for other types of CAD software. They don't really specify Fusion 360. Maybe I can do Fusion hole inside of board, or slot board edge. Slot and board edge. No, that's not quite what I'm looking for. So in the sketching tools, there are slots. That's just your rounded hole design, but I want that as a... it's not really going to help. Eagle, Fusion Eagle. This is from Osh Park. Board cutouts are commonly used. Oh, see, they have specific advice for Autodesk. We'll see what Osh Park wants. It's probably the same thing that JLPCB wants sometimes. Board cutouts are commonly used to indicate non-plated region of board that can be removed. See board outlines for additional details and style of cutout. For Eagle, these should be drawn on the dimension layer using the wire line tool. Simply draw the edge of the area that you want removed. Board cutouts have a minimum width of 68 mil. So 1.72 blah, 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 which is the size of the tool used to fabricate them. Oh, that's actually kind of big, isn't it? But that'll be different for JLPCB. DRC checker will have several situations where slots are not checked. Eagle cannot export drill slot file directly. Oh, great. Lots of inconsistency on how... This advice is probably changed by now. Fabs may have special requirement for how to export slots. As a result of this, getting guaranteed slots requires special attention. Yeah, which is why we want to get the advice directly from whoever's going to make it. In KiCad, it's called edge cut. There's a mill layer, too, that I'm wondering about. The other way that I could do it is just with a file. I could just sit there with a file, and I could get a microfile, and I could just file the side of the board, which is starting to look like a slightly more appealing Osh Park Eagle tools. Install the appropriate cam jobs and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Eagle 7.1 and older. So they're talking about like the old versions of Eagle. This is like direct. This is an Autodesk Eagle? No, it is. Eagle Autodesk. So this is different. This is... JLPCB will email you if they have issues with the file you sent them. Yeah, I want to avoid email communications. I don't like talking to people. So on the milling layer, you draw a line between the two. Milling layer, top, bottom, T-stop, B-stop. So I would make a hole of the appropriate width between the two, and then if JLPCB... I went to jlpcb.com, and that wasn't apparently the right... JLC, yeah, I went to the wrong website, and now forever the browser is going, here's a trick. JL, and then the one that I don't want to go to, I hit delete, and it goes away. So now it won't come up. My stupidity will no longer haunt me. So support, help center. Search the help center. Board, edge, slots. Edge rails, fiducials? Can I even say that on Twitch? From Oxford, adjective, technical, assumed as a fixed basis of comparison, especially in a point of line. That did not answer that at all. What the hell is fiduciary? Doesn't that have to do with like accounting? What are we doing with these terminologies? Last time I took a file to PCB Edge. Last time I took a file to a PCB Edge, I forgot I routed some internal layers nearby. Yeah, that would be something that I would have to be kind of careful of, huh? Fixed basis of reference for comparison. So the fiducial point is the thing that I keep. Fiducial dependence upon God. Oh, so now the dictionary is saying on God? Why is it using Gen Z slang? So I guess it's how to add edge rails. The fuck, what is that? It's got its own definition in PCBs, I guess. Edge rails and fiducials are required for JLPCB standard PCB assembly. Edge rails are added for increasing component to board edge clearances. Fiducials are small pads that are placed on a PCB to aid pick-and-place machines. Okay, so it's your reference hole. Put it in my reference hole. Oh yeah. They also frequently added to the edge rails to achieve better assembly results. We recommend that you follow the following guidelines. Is this something that this isn't something that I have to do? Is this something that I have to do? Yeah, it's not something that I have to do. I want to know about the edge cutouts. Board edge cutout. Gerber drill files and Proteus? No. Layout ordering. What about like milling? That's for narrow board areas. Gerber drill. I feel like what they want me to do, I don't know, maybe I have to do the same thing that they do for Osh Park. Although I haven't seen this before, but those are the alignment dots for panelization, I see. They add this for you. Okay, they do that on, yeah, because that's part of their process. But I guess if you're panelizing, you put all of your panels on one thing and you're cognizant of it or something. I don't know, JL goes into a lot of detail of some of this stuff, but yeah, how do we do like a board edge cutout? I guess I'll put it into the part in the style of Osh Park, which means just reinventing this slot. So instead of that being there, it's still going to be at 4.4, but it's going to consist of two pads that are through-hole pads, and then I have to add like a mill instruction to it. But I don't want any copper on there, so I'm actually going to be doing it using the hole tool, and these will be 0.6. We'll have to figure out what the position is. So this one's going to be located at -4.4. Same with this one. Yeah, Fusion has a milling number. It's 46. 46 milling. That's what I'm, yeah, I'm there. That's what I'm doing. I don't know what their milling tool size is, because JL said theirs was 1.7. I don't know what the width of their milling tool is. Maybe it's in some of the documentation somewhere, but I couldn't find it on a search. So we'll just look up milling. We looked at this last time. I looked at this on Tuesday. This is far and away from what we're doing. This is not like close to what we're doing. Nothing narrower than 2 millimeters. That's fine. Technical guidelines. Difference tolerance. This is all that like detail hounding that comes into basically the process of making a circuit board. You've got to get all of these minor little details ironed out to know that you can do what you want to do. Yep, I'm all caught up with everybody. I need, where did my YouTube chat went? Somewhere. There it is. I need that to be in my peripheral vision. Their tool is 1 millimeter minimum. We'll make it a 1 millimeter then. Easy EDA forums. Oh, here we go. All right, I'll trust you on this link as long as it's not completely pornographic. Oh my God, it's disgusting. I would like to have buttons on the PCB. That's a crazy idea. Got an email from JL. The smallest milling diameter they can do is 1 millimeter, so a design like mine can be produced by JL PCB. Okay, thank you. That directly answers the question. Properties. Drill 1. Properties. Now, this would be hanging over the edge. I guess that's their tool size is 1 millimeter. So, yeah, I guess we do that. Let's see what else they said. What else they say in that? Maybe they have other advice. Enforce the bottom side of your board with some small spring if possible, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that's just literally JL PCB is like, FR4 is not really supposed to flex. You're not supposed to do that with FR4. Capabilities. Oh, so it wasn't the capabilities. Yeah, thank you, Avatex. Let's check that out. The social stream blade makes it very difficult for me to click on links, so I have to like highlight them and cut and paste. But I guess that keeps me from accidentally clicking on something horrible. Obviously, my moderators are keeping a very close eye on the stream. Oops, I don't have the computer view on there. Okay, JL PCB capabilities. Ah, yes, this one. Okay, so dimensions, blah, 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 blah. What is that under? Virus.com, yeah. Max dimensions. Is it under drilling? Milling and drilling? Mill drill. Blah, blah, blah. Minimum non-plated holes, 0.5. What? Spacing. Non-supported, non-plated slots. Angular holes and slots without rounded corners are not supported. Okay. Well, it's going to be perfectly rounded. Plated edge, no thank you. Minimum castellated holes, 0.6, but that's plated. Minimum non-plated slots, 1 millimeter. But what if it's on the edge of the board? I guess JL will let me know if there's a problem with that. Because it's not going to be, it'll be a 1 millimeter hole, but it will be 0.5 millimeter in, probably. So that hole is going to straddle the outside. And I guess it's going to consist of 2 holes that are connected to one another. So what is the size, what is the positive and negative integer that I need on this thing in order to properly describe my 1 millimeter hole? So we go back to this, and since it's 2.2 maximum, it's going to be 1.1. So positive and negative 1.1. Yeah, I could make it a plated slot. I don't know how, what Fusion would do with that is it would put the entire plated slot sticking off of the edge of the board. It wouldn't really recognize it as like a castellation, which would be a little weird. I'm going to try doing it this way. So I'll go from 1.1 to minus 1.1. And then I go to my layer over here with the layer tool, and I go to 46 milling, and I place a line that is going to be 1 millimeter from... Does it snap to this? It doesn't appear to snap to this. It doesn't like to snap. Great. I'm gonna have to use the coordinates again. There to there. Done. Properties. So that would be 1.1 to negative 1.1. And then from 4.4, or it's going to exist at 4.4. I don't know. Do I need the thing on the hulls layer then for that? I'm going to need a keep out that goes between the two, though. So that means, oh God, what is that distance? Unless that gets covered by the board edge rules. I'm not sure how this works. I'm just going to try this, and we'll just see where it goes from here, because Osh Park wants you to do the full, like keep out stuff. Let me see what I can do. So on the T keep out and B keep out, I think is what I need. B movie? No, B keep out. All right, let's see. Because they're not, I don't know, it's like a, I think you're fine with this way of doing it. Let's see if I can do mirror. I don't know how the mirror tool works. I don't know how this tool works. I'm hitting enter. I don't know what'll happen. Nothing. Okay. Every time Potter says jail instead of JLC. I keep forgetting about this C. Copy paste. Why did that get rid of the mill line? Was it because I was in the properties? Copy, paste. What the? Oh, it's because I had it selected, I see. Properties. This is going to be at 4.4. Got to do all this stuff so manually. It's annoying that they don't have a slot tool, because that would be a nice little addition, since they do slot-sized pads, but I don't want any copper there. And this is the silkscreen layer that was left over, and I can probably get rid of that. No, I can't even select it. Okay, whatever. You know, I can put a keep out layer on that, or I could just leave it alone. I don't know. Probably should have a keep out layer on. I don't know what that width is. That's the wrong keep out layer. That's the top and the bottom stop layer. Oh, see, now this one's actually locking to the centers. Is it 1.1 maybe? No, but that's nicely locked. 1.2. Yeah, I think it's about 1.2. We'll just put a 1.2 over it. It's going to be a little messy. T stop and B stop. There we go. Do the same thing over here. I don't even know if I'm doing the right thing. I guess it should be okay. B stop, B stop. There's little light blue highlights that are coming in that are very hard for me and you to see, but they're snapping to the point so that I know that all this stuff is in the right position. Okay, so there we've got the keep outs, we've got the milling, we've got the holes. I don't even know if I should have those holes there, because I think that might confuse the process, but we'll just try it. We'll try it. Let's see if this works. So I'm going to save this. Click OK. All right, and then I go to the Manage tab, and I upload this stuff to the cloud. Away you go. Create my part. And we'll just see what the software does with it. There goes the dog. She's barking at stuff. If Osh Park does it, then I don't know. Everybody should be doing it. to Claude. Somebody named Claude. Why do I keep getting emails? This preview is still wrong. I don't like how this preview shows me the wrong thing, because I keep looking at it like, oh, it didn't save. All right, so now we got to propagate the part through the rest of our stuff. So I'm going to start, as you would normally do with the software, start with the schematic. And in the schematic, I need to go to, what do I need to go to? I need to go to library. And then I specifically go update designs from all libraries used in design. Probably not what I'm supposed to do, but I'm self-taught on this software. You guys got to give me a little bit of room to breathe here. Sometimes I do things that are a little weird. I'm self-taught since many early versions of this software. So from here, we got to propagate that to the two-dimensional drawing. So we switch to the 2D drawing, and we give our computer plenty of room to think. And it looks like in this, it has marked out the holes, but it doesn't do the milling. And it also looks like these are not going all the way out to the edge of the board. So that's going to be an annoying thing that we probably need to correct. We needed to just fully cut out that side of the board. What happens in the 3D part? Because we just want that whole thing to be cut. And actually, you know what? We need to move that cut out. It actually needs to be on the edge of the board. And we'll be cutting in a 0.5 millimeter. We'll make that correction in a minute. I'm going to propagate it all the way to the 3D drawing. You guys will see it's going to have like a huge amount of room. Whoa. Oh, it actually made the slot. Look at that. Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's still fucked. Okay, well, so much for that idea. Why don't you have a slot tool? Fusion 360, if that's your real name. And boy, howdy, do they give you a generous amount of space on these things. We don't need it to be like that. Let's put it out at 10 millimeter, and we will, well, let's just see. What's the distance between this and this? 0.5 millimeter, yeah. So that's what I said before. I don't know, because when this part, it actually had on a milling layer, it had a box, and I've seen it like cut the whole box out before. Just make the holes long. Just pull on them. Okay, so we need to go back to our library. We need to edit it. So that two-dimensional footprint is ass. It's cursed. Okay, so what I need to do is move all this stack of stuff. I don't think I can do all the properties at once. It's just going to choose one thing to yeah. But if I put everybody at -5, that means we're going to cut in. I just don't understand why. I mean, I guess I can't have it be part of the intrinsic part. So we'll just get rid of them here. I just won't do it. Let me get this out of here. We will do board cuts by manually putting them into the the two-dimensional board representation. And one day I'll have to figure this out another way. Properties. For Mark 4. 4.4. I just put those little ears on the part just to make it seem a little bit more like the real deal. But this one intentionally leaves it out. All right, so let's undo all of the damage that we just did. Save over it, just ignore it. And I guess I could have done the ones with the slots, so that we have holes that have castellated slots in the sides, but that's too much stuff. It doesn't need to be fancy like that. I don't think I'd be paying extra for it though. So maybe I could get away with doing that, but it also, I don't know, sometimes it'll go wrong, or it'll have a copper pad associated with it that'll keep you even further away from that pin, and I don't want that. I don't want to have to move my traces like an inordinate amount of distance. All right, so that should be good. I just hit upload, right? Yeah, I did. And then go back to here and update all the parts. The library update has modified the board, you're damn right. You're damn right it has. Yeah, so I'm pretty much just going to have to draw the thing on the board shape tool. Is that how I do it? I mean, if this is... No, listen, I have Halloween paralysis. I never remember to do something cool, and all my ideas are too complicated. So I end up just doing nothing. That's how it works with Halloween and me. I don't know how to do board edge cutouts. Oh my god. See, you can place a hole, but I need to insert 2D, electronic design, signal, place component. Board shape has outline, arcs, and polylines. You can rework, split, miter, meander. I gotta learn this tool a little better. I always want to be a velociraptor, but it's too complicated, so I never do it. It's great. I mean, you know, boy, those velociraptor costumes can get pretty complicated. 91.8522 would be our 0 point, and then I need to go plus and minus 0.5, and I need to somehow create like an arc. Well, that's a little bit much. Something like that, that's like a millimeter. That's a lot of drawing to do. And then it didn't even recognize that board edge. We've tried this before. I mean, outline, polyline. If I make it, I don't think this is going to work. If I make it 1 millimeter and I just go like this, what's that going to do? Done. Let's try it. I don't think this is how it's going to work. I don't think that'll make a slot, but whatever, let's try. Yeah, I'm looking at you. I could always do a bunch of holes and then their process would have to be okay with that. Just do a couple holes that are like right next to each other, and then I can take the file to that later. I forget which one I edited. None of them. Okay. So yeah, that didn't do anything to my board outline. Oh well. 'Tis a shame. Yeah, I'll have to figure this out later. PCB hole. No, that doesn't do it. Cancel. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's one way that I've seen people do that. Oh, look at that. So that effectively cut it out. This should be like smallest we can get. It shouldn't have width though. But yeah, if I did it this way with like arcs, see, that cuts it back in and closes it off. How could I do that? I need to do it like accurately though, so. And this can be 0. And make it be arc. Like that? No, like this. And then the radius is 0.5. Oh, that just changes all over the place. I don't... Okay, so... having to draw it by hand is a little bit strange. I guess I can go in and alter the numbers later by going into the properties. So I have to do a bunch of napkin calculations in order to get this right. Oh boy. To figure out what the precise coordinates are of this thing. And then I can have my half a millimeter, 1 millimeter, whatever. That is obnoxious. It's so annoying. Looks good to me. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh my god, these numbers. Wow, that's very annoying. You know, I guess it's not a very simple thing that we're doing. If I did something on the milling layer, then JLPCB would get mad at me and say, we can't do that. Let's go back into this model, and then we're going to change gears. We're going to work on these guys, the milliamp gauges. I want to make a panel that's going to hold on to these things. Yeah, I need 75 digits in order to define exactly where this thing goes. If they just had a place slot tool, and then I could say the drill width is 1 millimeter, and here's the start, here's the finish, and it just does everything else for you, because that's what the drill tool does. The drill tool does that. There's just no slot tool, apparently. There is if you have a plated through slot. If you have a plated through slot, you can use the slot tool. And then I have trace laying tools in order to define the board edge cutout that I would want, but that's way too precise and hard to use. I could, I guess, use the arc tool. I hope I don't have to calculate arc length, but yeah, just a plated checkbox on the tool. That would be perfect for me. That's exactly what I would need. It just, you know, drill size is 1 millimeter, no plated through. And we looked, and it's not there. So if I wanted to, where is it? If I wanted to edit a part, this is annoying because it's going to think that I edited the part when I'm actually just showing an example. But yeah, where is this thing? This thing is pot narrow bent. And if I wanted to put a slot in here, go to the footprint bar, check plated through hole, SMD pad, plated through hole pad, SMD pad array, plated through hole pad array, name, line, text, hole, patterns, insert drawing. So if I actually go to plated through hole pad, I can actually put down a sloot, and there's my slot. Right there. It's laughing at us. It thinks it's cool. So we can put that down that way, but what we don't have is control over whether or not it's plated. I can do solder mask, I can do thermals, I can take it off of the solder mask, but none of that really helps me. And slot, diameter auto, slot length. I tried to make this 0, and it still did it. And then in the rendering tools, it will give it a via. So you can try JLC's PCB tool. I'll figure this out another time. This is kind of, see, now it thinks there's changes to the design. I want to cancel that. We're not going to save that. There we go. Okay. So I guess I'll probably have to come through and manually draw all these. Or I can come in there and just make the holes long. Oh wait, that was an earlier comment. Yeah. Or what I can do is just use a file. just put a little keep out there. It looks like that's going to be the area where that pin's going to come in is barely going to be even noticeable. So I can just come in with a file and file off 0.5 millimeter from the edge, I guess. How obnoxious. Okay, so anyway, Julian's, oh, damn it, popped out a window again. I was dragging as I was clicking. Yeah, I guess it should be on the outline of the PCB. See, the thing is, I'm thinking ahead and thinking that, well, I'm going to do a lot of parts like this. I'm going to do a lot of 2HP modules. Not 2H, I keep calling them 2HP because 2HP is a company that makes 2 Eurorack with parts. Hey, what's up, Rugar Snowpen? Trick or treat to you as well. But we have neither on this channel because I have idea paralysis. Why did my scene change? It just completely decided to change my default scene to look totally different. Why did it do that? What is up with this CAD program? Why did it forget? All right, well, let's go into our module testing module folder. Yeah, that's what the project's called because it pisses me off. object visibility, effects, environment. And then I did River Rubicon is a new one that they put in. And it's a little bit more like a, it looks just a little bit more like dark mode. Why am I, functionally, I've forgotten how to use CAD. What is going on here? When you jump around CAD programs, you start to forget like the basics. And so I clicked into this, and now my camera, I forget how to... Alt-click is, well, center-click is drag. Right-click is this drawy thing where you can draw whatever you want to. And that corresponds, I guess, to a function. Left-click alters or highlights stuff. Control, center-click, no. Shift, center-click, no. Shift, right-click, no. Control, right-click. Alt, center-click. Alt, shift, control... I don't know why my brain isn't working anymore. Is it that this changed? Did I change some kind of a view setting here? I think my brain is starting to shut down. I think that's what's going on. Let me open a component, like open up a design and see if that's still... So let's see. In this thing, we have the panels for the case, and F panel is what we're going to be altering here. We are going to make a completely new panel out of this, though. It's just going to be based on the early work of this thing. What's going on here? It's thinking. The computer's doing a lot of things right now. We got to give it credit for that. I thought it was shift and then center click would... Why is that highlighting then? Did it change a setting for me? Because it seems to do that. Okay, there's free orbit. Constrained orbit. There we go. Okay. So it was right click in order... No, see, when I click on the tool, it does that. But now it's not... Did it change my... Oh my God, I'm closing out the program. I'm closing and opening the program again. Something... And it may have just overwritten my settings right there. Because I always use the default views. Something changed when I clicked and dragged, it popped out the window, and then it forgot all of my environment settings. And I think part of those environment settings involved how it's supposed to be looking at stuff. So let's reopen Fusion. That was a weird thing that I've not had happen before. Automating it at the component level. If only I could, like... Well, the mill layer settings didn't propagate to the 3D board. But if the mill layer settings were the way to do it, and I just put that line in there for the mill, I think it might have to actually be an enclosed area for the mill. So maybe I could do like a big box that goes out of the board area a little bit, and maybe then it would close off that mill, and it would actually cut it out of the PCB. Maybe that's the way I have to do it, just by defining a mill box. But if I define it as 1 millimeter width, I think that works. I don't know. Okay, can I move the... Yes, I can. Shift center click is what I've been using to orbit the view. And something changed when everything went haywire. It's one of those initial tests that I do every time I open up CAD software, because I use a bunch of different stuff. Like we've got Super Slicer open. Super Slicer, you left click in order to orbit around your view. And so I have to kind of like retool. It's like opening up a game you haven't played in a little while. Oh, and it also redid my window size. Great, man. Just so happy. It's at least closing it and opening it again jostled everything back into place, and now everything works. But yeah, it's very confusing as an engineer when you're jumping from CAD program to CAD program to, you know, this 3D program versus that 3D program versus that one, because nobody has agreed. Like, you know how video games... You guys know video games, right, here on Twitch? WASD is sort of the de facto standard now for movement, but there was a time back in the early days of 3D games where nobody could agree on exactly how you're supposed to be operating your meat puppet in 3D space. So you would have things using like shift and alt, and you would have to like right shift would look up. Like it was nuts. And then finally somebody was like, why not WASD? and everybody was like, oh yeah, it's for like moving around in 3D, and then you can use the mouse to look up and down. But that wasn't always the way it was. And so CAD kind of suffers from that lack of standardization. Kind of like when Mercedes said, why don't we have 3 pedals and a shifter in the middle? Before that, you had like catch levers that would break, and then the throttle would be on like a wheel. It was just, nobody could do anything the same way. All right, so the module testing module is what we're working on, and we are working on the front panel. Now, we know the dimensions of the front panel, and we know the cutouts of the front panel, but I need to make an alternative version of the front panel. I could do that by spinning off stuff. I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to the front panel, and we will rewind time, and we'll set the time back a little bit. I need to make a scene that I can hit in here where it just zooms in on my face in this window. So we have panel mounts, we have the different PCB sizes, but the file that I'm looking for is this one here, fpanel. Flux cabs? What's that? I could do save as, and I could spin this off as a, yeah, let's do that. Let's do control, or actually we got to go up here and do save as, and I'll just make a new, so fpanel gauge. And we're going to undo all the beautiful work that we've done in order to put these digital readouts on the front panel. I will keep the text, and maybe we'll move it somewhere else. So that's the text, that's the definition of the text, that's the outline that I want to keep. Then we have the screw holes, that's a lock in position, so that's where we move in these parts, these mount parts. Then we have the lock in position for the 3 screens, and then these 3 steps here are the screens. So I'm just going to highlight those steps with a shift click, right click, and delete them. Deleted. Now it's gone. And actually, this sketch is the whole sketch. So I'm going to go into the whole sketch and get rid of all this stuff. See, what it did is it actually, ooh, wow, that is an impossible to see color. Isn't it beautiful? And then because Fusion has this propensity to highlight stuff that you mouse over, it keeps highlighting over everything and making it even harder to see any of the sketch elements. So what we could do is we could just make the body no longer visible. And I'm going to get rid of these outline cutouts. We'll have to do a little bit of reinventing of the wheel here to get those distances properly. But we don't need any of this stuff. What was that one for? That's an odd one. Why is that offset like that? What were we doing? Oh, I see. That's the outline. And then this is just center of the overall panel. What? Wait a minute, what? Okay, yeah, that's just the outline. Okay, finish that. Ooh, it hates it. No, not cut. Oh, you stupid CAD program. Oh, I see. These are using elements that are missing now. Oh boy, our order of operations for this thing was all jacked up. Okay, cool. That looks great. There's our outline for the panel. And this is the extrusion. And it seems to have think something changed, but it didn't. Oh, it's not visible. Oh, that's all I did. There we are. That didn't work at all. What the heck? Hey! What am I, a joke to you? How big was this extrusion? 10 millimeters? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's completely wrong. Why is it going in that direction, though? Hold on a minute. Rewind time. So there's my initial extrusion. Oh, you know what it is? That was supposed to be the outline, not the center. So actually, if I select this, it's only supposed to be that. Nope, that's still wrong. Still wrong. Still completely, nope. Maybe it's positive. What's the thickness of this thing? we deleted elements from it that it needed. So that's 2.5, and I guess this is coming up. How far was it? It's like probably a 3. Probably comes up a 0.5 millimeter. Oh right, yeah, flux capacitors. Sorry, I didn't see that. Why did it choose -10? There, it's supposed to make this cute little shelf that sort of contains the whole panel. All right, that is resolved. I wonder if I measured it off of something else. How did the screws? Oh yeah, the screws still fit. Okay, good. With that little outline, the pan head screws happen to fit in that area. I don't have to cut anything else out. All right, so we've sort of retooled all of our stuff. This is going to continue to highlight yellow just to say that there's a caution that the positions of those elements are being based off of something that was deleted, and so it just dead reckons it. It just puts its own number on it and says this is not an official number. This is not based off of another position. We will correct that when we get the panels in here and we figure out whether or not the panels will actually even fit. In order to get the panels in here, this is an electrical component that does not have any kind of a PCB element to it. This is a panel mount ammeter. Now these things can be high side or low side, and if you know the difference between high side current monitoring and low side current monitoring, I feel for the pain that you've had to go through because we had to do the same thing where we learned what high side current monitoring and low side current monitoring actually are. Turns out if you have a microcontroller and it's a 3-volt microcontroller and you have an electric car battery and it's a 300-volt electric car battery, it is very bad practice to send that high side current monitoring that you're doing into the 3-volt microcontroller because it will explode in a fiery mess. There are chips that do high side current monitoring. They have some kind of an element that's okay with the amount of current that they get in, and then they'll output for something like a microcontroller without blowing it up. Or you can do low side current monitoring. It's when you monitor the difference in voltage across a resistor. That gives you current. V equals IR. The golden rule. You got it right there. V equals IR. It's what the ancient Egyptians were doing all those years. But yeah, so V equals IR. So if you can measure a resistor, the voltage drop across a resistor at 300 volts into your microcontroller, that's great for you. But you can also measure it at ground. And so you can see the difference between the two sides of the resistor going into ground. So ground is always reference, and you get the voltage on the other side of that resistor on the negative input to your battery or whatever, and you can figure out how much current is being utilized by the rest of the circuit, and all your components are using, you know, sub-singular voltage depending on the resistor you choose. So you can just send that directly into your microcontroller voltmeter, and it'll give you the, you know, V equals IR, all that fun business. But for us, we had a power supply that's sharing a ground, and that's 3 different voltages. And so we couldn't isolate those 3 different power supplies and get a good current reading, a good isolated current reading for the thing that we're plugging in. So I have to do high side current monitoring. Well, that's where these come in. These things are simple as can be, and you just put them on the high or the low side. I don't know when they explode. Apparently they're compatible with 12 and 5 and all that stuff, and they're pretty handy and easy to use. And also I get that wonderful analog swing where the needle is going to be moving around and doing weird stuff, and these only read up to 1 amp. So if we plug something in, and we've seen a broken module draw 300 milliamps, I think that's going to be the max for a short. It'll draw 300 milliamps, this thing will spike way up, or if it draws a full amp, it'll go all the way up to the top. And so I'll be able to get those little tiny micro amp readings off of these things. You know, they're not terribly accurate. They're not even expensive. These are fairly cheap. We could probably add an LED, like a yellow LED to it, make it look nice. But yeah, here we are. So I need a 3D model for this, and it's not really so much a DigiKey part, right? That's where GrabCAD comes in. Now, there are a lot of repositories for 3D models. The one that that's the wrong PC, the wrong window. That's the one all the way there. The one that I've settled on that I really like a lot of the models in is GrabCAD. And I think mostly my propensity to go to GrabCAD involves their affinity for solid part, SLDPRT files. So this is where I get a lot of my references from. I should probably credit them for all the stuff. Not challenges, but it's in. So if you just go to GrabCAD, it does not look like what you think it will. It's like an additive manufacturing like thing, right? The secret is that they bought the original GrabCAD, so they kept the original, you know, library of parts, but they put it behind a window and they advertise themselves up front, which is fair. I mean, you guys bought the whole thing, so now you own it. You can do whatever you want with it. They decided to keep the community and everything, but they just put this in the front page. So it's like the cost of doing business here. So go to the library, and here's all the stuff. Look, somebody uploaded. You wouldn't download a tractor. Oh, I would absolutely download a tractor. I'm this close to downloading a tractor. Look at this thing. Somebody made a 3D model of this. What were you measuring? What have you done? Why did you need this? But they uploaded it here, and you can download it for free. You just have to make an account. Pretty cool. For a while, it was all guns on the front page. But anyway, we're looking for an ammeter. So amp meter. And we get 10,000 different results, but right in front of us is the very easy to find part that I bought off of Amazon. I went on Amazon and I said, amp meter. I did the same thing I did here, same search term and everything. And a lot of these things came up. So if they're a pretty common part, you can often find them. Is that really a 3D model? I guess it is. Wow, look at how, I don't know about this one. This one looks great in renderings. So we can choose any of these and download them and use them, huh? That's one that I was gonna use, but I don't know about the dimensions. I mean, if push comes to shove, if I'm backed into a corner, what I can do is just use a, what do you call it? I can just use the data sheet to get the dimensions. This is a whole thing, isn't it? Oh, I see. So they've got specific. Is this just for your surround thing? See, I'm looking for the actual. That's cute. Those are cute. Little tabletop ammeters. This guy's showing off his setup. I want to see what the thing is. Okay, so one of the components is in fact that ammeter. Now, are the dimensions going to match? I think they do. So I just want this part right here. But I'll, download all the things. Actually, did they? 3D printing animator stands made from Arduino Electro, uploaded STL, STEP, IGS, and CAD. Analog meter stand. Where's the actual part? So many pictures. I mean, they probably just used somebody else's part. I just want it to look nice in the, where we are designing the panel cutouts. I want it to look nice. I don't need to render the scene or anything like that. They're probably using somebody else's part, and it would be one of these over here. And then there's this one down here, but I don't think that one is as featured. I want it to look good. All right, let's just get this one that I was going to get anyway. I need to log in, so let me do that over here. Download files, email address, and then Hunter2. Give me those files. This one's probably going to take a minute. Okay, it didn't, but it's 24 megabytes. Admin. I have to remember admin. I had a friend whose password for everything would be balls. Not a very good password. It's not that secure. 50 milliamp analog meter. That's the one we want. Let's take a look at what it looks like. In order to get the file in there, I'm just going to go to the directory of the project, which is the mod test module. Click upload, and then like an idiot, I click and drag. And upload that. And that's going to take a little while. It always kind of lags in uploading. When you edit the library, if you know what you're doing and you want to make the same correction to all the files, it ends up being quite a lot of uploads. And Fusion got angry at me after a little while. I was doing so many uploads that it started like rate limiting me and not letting me actually do anything. It was very annoying. I was making pin headers. So I needed to make a 3D file with 1 pin, and then a 3D file with 2 pins, and a 3D file with 3 pins, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was not, the software was not happy with me. And I'm like, you did this. This is the whole reason that this is like this, is that you made me do this. Oh God, this thing was terrible. What sort of stuff is in this? So it took none of the appearance settings in, which we can edit. And there is internal stuff. Yeah, the whole meter is here. The whole gang is here. But it made it look all like metal. So is this actually what we have? So first things first, before I do all the work to make this thing look good, we need to make sure that the dimensions are the proper dimensions. Especially because sometimes you'll import stuff and it won't differentiate between a meter and a millimeter. And so you end up having a car that's 2,000 millimeters wide. It's insane. That's what Blender thought I was working on. I thought I was working on like the biggest car ever created, but it was really this little RC car. It thought the millimeters were meters. So we have a data sheet for this thing. We have calipers, and we have a couple of these sitting in front of us. I have all the tools that I need. I'm pretty easy to cosplay. Rainbow pride flag, gray ears, gray pants, pink shirt, some pieces of colorful tape, whatever. I don't want to go to Halloween as Niano Cat. No, so Willow already has her costume, and her costume is a flannel. She just has a flannel to put on. Hopefully I'll get a picture of her in it. We haven't put it on her yet, but we had to order just about every size, because you think corgi, like, okay, it's corgi, it's a little buddy, my little corgi buddy. She's this little tiny dog, right? So I'll just get large sounds too big. I'll get a medium. Get the medium, doesn't fit. Corgi's too big. Corgi is a big dog. The corgi is a big dog with very little tiny little legs, the cute little legs. So we got the large. Surely the large is going to fit. The large was just barely too small. It wouldn't stretch over her massive corgi shoulders. So now we had to get the XL, and she finally has a flannel to wear. I just haven't put it on her yet. Yeah, exactly. They're deceptively large. I have a feeling this is going to be the exact same. So 44.5. Bonk. And then inspect, go from the outer edge to the other outer edge. It tapers in a little bit, but 63.5. So we've already run into an issue. Double check my numbers. 44.5. So this is a different meter. Even though it looks largely the same. Oh, I see. It's got the tabs. It doesn't have tabs up here. It has tabs over here. So this is the wrong type. Wrong thing. Close it, delete it, get it out of my life. Get out of here. No, just leave. Just get out. I don't want to use it in any of the other drawings first, because then it'll lock the file down and say, you can't get rid of that. It's used in another design. Yeah, she really is a medium-sized dog, but that shirt wouldn't stretch over her massive shoulders. Is there another amp meter in here? 50 milliamp, meter stands, analog meter frame, number 4 screws. Nah, none of this stuff. Analog meter frame, large and small. No, that's not it. That's just their own things. Flange, switch, wire connection. Nope, none of this. Okay, none of this stuff. You get out of my files. Delete. All right, so next we need to look for a slightly smaller one. That's weird, because it looks... Well, I guess it's hard to get a sense of scale over here, but it looked like it was the smaller one, but I guess it's not. That does look like it's the dimensions of the smaller one. Let's see if we can find one that looks like it's... Okay. The thing about GrabCAD is that it does not like to scale the page properly. Now, when I did ammeter, I found another one. So amp meter, ammeter, difference between the two. ammeters coming up with some more results. Amperimetro. Huh? Well, it looks nice. Can I see the back of it? That's definitely not ours. Okay. Yeah, I think that there's one, and I think it was on the previous page. Oh, this one, nope. See, the pins are up top. Same with this one, the pins are up top. Page 1. I don't want to have to make a placeholder for this, but I guess I could. It's just more fun if we have the full thing. That's a cool one. This, oh, that's not it either. Darn it. Analogic. Yup. Well, looks like we might need to have a placeholder on that. Now, the thing is, like, would something like this be on DigiKey? I don't think so. It doesn't really have a part number. I could look up panel mount amp meter on DigiKey. What's up, Ed Bandit? How's it going, Room Car? Has anyone tried to trick-or-treat you? This is an older neighborhood here, and it's a little bit, like, sort of sequestered from the rest of the roads. So we don't really get any trick-or-treaters. We haven't gotten one in several different years. Several years it's been since we've had trick-or-treaters. I've got an outfit for my corgi, but yeah, unfortunately we just don't. But since last year, a couple more kids have moved in. Not just the kids, the families of the kids have moved in. So it's possible that we get trick-or-treaters, but it's been a long time since we've ever seen them. Haven't had to trick-or-treaters in years. We're starting to get hungry. We always buy candy. We always buy candy, and we've got candy ready to go. And they could take half of it if they want. House full of diabetics. We don't want this candy here. Me and the corgi should go trick-or-treating. I don't want candy. I'll die. Candy will kill me. Try Gauge. Gauge has a bunch of different terminology associated with it, though. If we could find a voltmeter that has similar dimensions, maybe analog meter, analog panel mount. That's the only one I get. Come on, analog, just analog. Look at that. Look at all that anal logging. The corgi wants dog treats. People don't stock dog treats. The neighbors would gladly, we know which neighbors to go to, but we'll probably see everybody in the neighborhood when I take her for a walk. What's my emergency sweets? I don't necessarily keep those around. We always keep orange juice in stock for people with diabetes. Yeah, keep orange juice in stock in this house. And I do have a stock of Gatorade powder that I use in the event that I begin going DKA. This actually looks like it's going to be the right one. If I'm on the cusp of going DKA, which has happened to me a couple times, just because of the Jardigants can keep my insulin usage super duper low, and in that event, just by virtue of the fact that I haven't gotten a lot of insulin in my body, you can go DKA without even going hyperglycemic. So the solution to that is to get a bunch of carbs in your body and then give yourself a lot of insulin for it. That's the best solution that we've got for that sort of thing. And I've had to do that once. The other time that it happened, I didn't catch it in time and I ended up in the hospital. So now I know what that's like, and I know how to identify that and cure it by mixing up a pitcher of Gatorade and just going to town. Just drink that Gatorade. Helps flush your whole system, but it also gets you some carbs. There's a lot of pressure monitors on this. A lot of neat looking stuff too. Okay, I think we found the one part that's the right thing. We have to make sure that it dimensionally lines up, because here we have the bolt holes on the back and then the two on the sides like that. It looks like it's the right thing. It looks like it's our device. Did the insulin price normalize? Not yet. I think they've somehow... The bullshit that we have to put up in this country. put up with in this country is that, first of all, the law is that it's for older Americans on insurance, and I'm neither of those. I am on a health plan. And then the other thing is they gave them like a full year for it to go into effect. If they raise the price, they raise the price instantly. But to lower the price, we've given them a whole year. And I guess they decided to do it universally across the board, which is, gee, thanks, you know? They could have always done this. They could have pulled a lever, and it would have changed the price of insulin. But Adafruit 4404, Short Lurker, looking at this in the... He's like, he's just not searching the right thing. Oh no! What does Adafruit has it on there? Oh, Fruit. Yeah, I got that right. All right, let's close that. I think this is the right model. It's just going to look kind of blah. But if Adafruit has it on their website, maybe they've got a good... Oh, I already did that. All right, let's just get that here. They spelled meter wrong. No, they didn't. Meter. They do. Yeah, the range on mine is 1 amp. Upload. Drag and drop. It's a Fusion file, and it looks like it has all of the right coloring on it, so it'll look actually like an amp. Hey, that's nice. They didn't have to do that, but they did. Take a look. Yes, upload complete. Thank you. Open the file. Open the... Why isn't it... What's going on? Is it doing... Is it uploading? No, it's not uploading. I can't click on it. What the hell? Wait a minute. Wait, why can't I click on it? I did everything right. What's happening? I'm going to get out of the folder and go back into it. This would be mod test mod. There we go. Now I can click on it. Something weird happened. Okay, so I guess it didn't take all the appearances with it, even though in the preview image shows it with all the right appearance settings, but oh well. That's fine. It doesn't need to look perfect, I tell myself over and over again. We just need to make sure that this thing has all the right dimensions on it. So we can get an edge to edge on this side here. I can go all the way over to here, bop, hit that edge, make sure it's the right one, yeah. And then all the way over here, this one, and it's 44.5. Okay, this is the right product. $44. Hold on, I gotta go white knuckle. 44.5. 44 and it. There it goes. Look, perfect dimensions. There was a thing on the 3D printing subreddit where somebody was talking about how their dimensions were perfect, and their hand on the calipers was like stressing. You could see they were like white knuckle on the caliper to try to press those jaws in a little bit more and get the dimensions right. Now it's 44.5. Now that I've crushed it into submission. Okay, so this is the correct part. The pins are in the right place. The sizing of stuff is correct. It's not 6 meters long. So I'm willing to use this just as it is, carte blanche. At this point, some of the stuff that I might do involves recoloring some of the surfaces. Now, making that screw look like an actual screw is going to be an arduous process of selecting the faces individually and painting them in a metal appearance. So I'm not going to mess with that. Welcome to the hydraulic press channel, where I use calipers to crush things. I can't do specifically a Finnish accent unless I'm alone, which most Finnish people are in the woods alone. All right, close that. This is the right part. So we're going to drag and drop it into this design, and we will put it in the center, and then we'll put 2 facing it on the outside, and then we'll figure out where those holes are supposed to be. I don't know what I want to do. I want to base them off of the model, or do I want to base them off of the data sheet, which is, it's two different ways of doing the same thing. But then finding a center point of this might be difficult, whereas dragging them in just so that they look good is much easier. You defeat Oh Bother. Slamiak. I can't say that word. I don't know what that word is. I don't have any vodka. Okay, so yeah, maybe I should base it off of what they think in the panel the width and stuff should be. And then we'll bring these 3D models in just to see it. So we can see it and we'll see what the clearances are and stuff like that. So we'll start with the middle one, and then we can use like layout tools in order to make the ones on the side. We can make a sort of a midline on this thing and then mirror that. So we basically split it in half again, and then mirror. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we decide to do. But I guess next what I need to do is go into this sketch. The initial, no, not that sketch. Whichever sketch is the one that I'm going to use for the dimensions. So that one would be the panel outline. And then this one is sort of all of the cuts that I make in the panel. So that's where the screw holes are and everything like that. So let's do this on the cut lines. And let's get rid of the background. Now, I haven't done a full detailed sketch in this mode for a while. This sort of darker mode might be detrimental to making a sketch. I may want to change my appearance from that to just the photo booth. And then photo booth is the white outline and it blasts your retina into space. But at least now I can see all of the details on this thing and what they have going on for them. Orange lines are ones that don't have dimensions. I don't know if there are or aren't. They're not locked down. So if any of the lines show up as orange, it means I deleted something that it was based on. But based on what? But yeah, I think we got all that. All that's in position. Okay, so this is the center, and let's take a look at the recommended panel cutout for this part. Oh my God, we had it open somewhere. Or did we? Or do I? No, that was actually in another thing. So now I'm actually going to use Short Lurker's comment. Adafruit 4404. One amp analog panel meter. What data do we got? Data sheet. This is a insane data sheet. This is very weird. And we don't have a cutout recommendation. Okay, so neat. Yeah, this is a very kind of insane data sheet. Okay, so fine, we can boil this down into the cuts we need to make. Here's my panel. Here's my spout. Open the steeple. Okay, so yeah, let's see. It's going to be a big circle, and the big circle is going to be 38 millimeters wide for a tight fit. Yeah, we'll make that 38, and that should... I got to make sure to measure all the way to the bottom of this because it might flare a little bit. There might be a little bit of like an angle to the plastic since it was molded and had to pop out of a mold. So I'm going with 38 is a tight fit, so 38.2. I do plus minus 0.2 in order to relax the fit or to tighten it up. So let's get this thing here. That is my center. So take a non-construction line. Oh, joy. Somebody outside is smoking. I love it when people do that, because then I don't get breathable air. I'm the first one to get the air sucked out when somebody's smoking outside. Now, that is centered, is it not? It appears to be centered. So do we base these on this center? Well, it's hard to find that center. Let's see what the datasheet says. I would like to base everything on the center point, because then you could say my part goes here. Here's where everything references to. And so to do that, I mean, that would mean there would be two boxes coming out of here. And they somehow meet up with all that stuff. Let's see here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a web page. There it is. Yeah, we're looking for our fiducial hole. Our fiducial point? I don't like that word. Does the meter you have definitely measure 0 to 1 amp or 0 to 0.1 milliamp? It's 0 to 1.0. So like 300 milliamps would be here, 800 milliamps, and then 1 amp. Thing is, we're gonna mostly exist in this range right here. These were listed as 1 amp. Yeah, if these are 1 milliamp, then you sent me the wrong ones. That's fine. They were not terribly expensive. Yeah, that's 1 milliamp. I thought I was getting 0 to 1 amp. Could you check using your PSU on constant current? I can, but no. I guess I can get test leads. Yeah, let's get test leads over here and just... Let's see if I got the wrong thing. That means I'm going to have to order stuff. Either way, the 1 amp ones are going to be the same size. Yeah, you are derailing, Ben Gizmo. Jerk. Where are my test leads? Where did they go? Test leads are around here somewhere. Did I put them away? Over here? Yeah, here they are. All right, test leads. It's a 2-second test anyway. Justification for the toys in the shop? I suppose so. I guess that makes sense. This power supply, you have to turn on the current in order to adjust things. So these are the 6-volt leads. Turn output on with nothing connected. And then I can go to 1 volt, 2 volts, 2 volts, and then we move over to current. And then display limit is 5. Lower that down to, well, let's go below that. Okay, 0.1 amp. 2 volts, 0.1 amp. Ugh, I just have to like push them against it, I guess. There we go, that's better clipped. Damn it! Oh, had it backwards. It did peg the meter though, so. Yeah, they are 1 milliamp. They are what's on the tin. Wait, limit. Let's go below that. Can I go below that? No. This is 0.05. There we go. Oh, did it just turned off. It can't do this low. Yeah, this can go down to 0.3. So that would, it's off the charts because this is milliamp. All right, I'm gonna turn this limit back up. Well, actually, if I just turn off the unit, it'll forget. It'll forget. It always learns to forget. the power supply limbo. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I change the voltage if that'll change, but yeah, we pegged the meter, so they either I bought or they sent me the wrong thing. Let's see if I bought the wrong thing or if they sent me the wrong thing. Orders and search for meter. They sent me the wrong thing. A. Son of a bitch. Oh, currently unavailable. They are to buy. I wonder why. Maybe because they sent everybody the wrong thing. All right, current meter. It's analog current meter. Yeah, we've got to make sure we know who to blame. But we can see here that it says DC01A91C4 amp meter, analog, amp gauge, meter, current panel, meter, amp gauge for auto circuit measurement tester, 2 pieces. Amp, meter, analog. A lot of results for this. I'm looking for one that's an amp, and I'm looking for 3 of them, and they need to be the smaller size. You could really get all kinds of fancy ones, huh? Ooh, here's something to be careful of. Under the A, flat line, wavy line, wavy line, flat line with dots under it. These are symbols. This is the DC. This is AC. This is nothing. This one has a line under it. A swiggity swoopy line is AC. This one's DC. You gotta be careful. This is 0 to 10, so it's the wrong thing. But man, I'm gonna have to find a seller that actually sends me the right crap. Probably copy and paste. Yeah, they copy and paste the symbols around. The part number is 91C4, so it's the same part number, but it has milliamp and DC on it. I'm looking for one that says amp and DC. Oh, how obnoxious. All right, well, it's not outside of my purview to order the right part. This is just a huge waste of money. I don't know where I can put a 1 milliamp gauge. I don't know, stuff that takes less than a milliamp. Hey, Copper, how's it going? That is so annoying. Just put a sticker over the M. I would have to I would have to That's what I would have to do. That's fine. It's not a hard issue to solve. Okay, so let's see here. Do I trust this? 4 to 5 stars. Oh, that's 10 amps. Never mind. I don't trust it. I need a singular amp. 0 to 1. UXL it's still drop shipping, but it's usually a little bit more reliable. $12 for one? And I need 3. Well, it's 30 bucks well spent if I get the right thing. If I don't get a... No, this is 1 milliamp. Okay. 0 to 1 milliamp. Yeah, wrong one. 0 to 1 A. So I need one of the A's. Boy, that one looks pretty fancy, wouldn't it? But that goes up to 20 amps, so... Yeah, it's a very generic, just whatever, but I have ordered hardware from them and gotten it successfully. No, the nuts are included with the ammeter. I don't want to get more specific with my my search though. Check DigiKey. DigiKey's gonna be like too crazy. Look at this one. That's crazy looking. 0 to 1 amp. I don't want to go more specific because it'll rule out everything, including the ones that are impossible to, the ones that are mislisted. Does the device exist? Because that's going to tank the whole project if the device does not exist. I have to get something weird like this, like the bow main. 10 amp, 10 amp, 30 milliamps. All right, maybe I do want to actually specify 1 amp. See, if I get this one, it'll always be in that front little area there, and it'll only go up to like 1, because I don't want, modular synthesizers don't use that much current, right? Yeah, DigiKey. Well, DigiKey will have the professional one, and we don't want the professional one. All this is indicating, by the way, this is, okay, so what we're looking for is an ammeter, and the ammeter is connected to the 3 power supplies of the Eurorack power distribution system. 5 volts is almost never going to be used for the modules. The 5 volts that we will be tanking down from the power supply mostly are going to be powering the VFD. But that's not on the meter, so this will almost never be used at all. 12 volts, minus 12 volts rather, that'll be going to a bunch of different op amps. That's pretty much the only use of minus 12 in these Eurorack systems. So this is going to be on the order of maybe like 30 milliamps at the most. And if it goes above that, something is severely broken. So I could potentially get away with putting the 30 milliamp meter on negative 12 volts. I want them to all be the same scale though. That's why I decided on 1 amp. Because with the plus 12 volts, the lion's share of the usage for everything, plus 12 volts will be using maybe 300 milliamps, but last time something broke on one of the modules, we saw a spike to 300 milliamps. So 1 amp is a nice compromise where if I have a particularly power-hungry module, I probably will not get to the top of the meter, but then if things approach the higher current thresholds, we'll be able to see that very quickly and unplug the module. Plus minus 1 amp, but the Adafruit 4404. That would be a little weird. That would be a little weird. That would be a good one to do if I had like a switch to drop in and check. But I don't want to have a switch on this because I want, the minute I turn on power, I want to see whether or not we have a current overrun. 5 amps would be bad. 20 amps would be terrible. I don't know why you would trust 20 amps going through this little plastic thing. That's crazy. That's crazy. If I could pull the thing open and change the scale, I guess I would, but I think it has to do with the coil inside. Yeah, and plus minus is not quite what I'm looking for. Let's put 1A in the automotive. Get that out of automotive. Ah, yes, YXQ, a trusted brand name through the ages. Melty ammeter. Why not go digital? All right, so which one are we going to choose over here? And the question is whether or not they're actually going to send me what I want, which is a big question. Okay, so the first 2 results are the only good ones. So I have the choice between, it's a rock and a hard place. 1 amp, 85C1, blah, 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 just search terms. This one's DC 1 amp. Both of them are pretty highly rated. This one has 122 reviews and is mostly highly rated. That still doesn't mean they don't necessarily accidentally list the wrong thing, but they have multiple different models. So maybe they will have to actually differentiate if I specifically order DC 1A. It's still going to be like $30, but I'll also get them November 13th. This one will at least get here eventually. And hopefully it's the right thing. It's still $7 each. That's very annoying. Yeah, well, look, you know, if they've got enough bots. All right, so I'm going to just order these now. Get 3 of these. Make sure they're 1 amp. 85C1 pointer. Ammeter, DC, 1 amp, 85C1, circuit testing, charging, battering, blah, 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 blah. from the Jessidine store. I don't know what that is. You should see if you can get that on Amazon Vine program. My wife is on it. I see tons of electrical parts on it. Amazon Vine? Not heard of that. Vine gives you stuff for free. I don't know, man. Is that just for to generate reviews? You have to review it. All right, it's $25 and I get it on Saturday. That's this Saturday, right? Yeah, that is. Okay. So wait, Amazon bought Vine from Twitter. See, the problem is I don't do social media, man. You know, I hate that stuff. So the only thing that I had was Twitter. I had a nice, healthy Twitter of 500 followers. Quiet place. Every now and then I'll post something about circuits. And then all the electronics people moved over to Blue Sky. It's the only thing that I have is Blue Sky. And it's easy to open up and do like little updates on. Otherwise, I do not participate in any other social media. I am enigmatic, if not pragmatic at this point. If you keep up with it, they eventually approve things up to $1,000. What? You just leave an Amazon review, it's nothing more than that. Well, that sounds neat, but I don't think I'm going to try that. Vine is in the defunct 6-second video social media company. Yeah, I don't know what's the deal with that. I guess the Amazon Vine program is different, right? Yeah, I think it's that's the program. That's not anything to do with the social media. Never mind. That was a completely distracted. Don't call things the same things. We can have more than one word movie titles. We literally have 3 boxes a day. My brother had that for a little while, but it wasn't because of the Vine program. It was because some bot decided to ship things to his address so that the Amazon system would recognize it as being a legitimate purchase, and then they could leave a review on the product, and that would boost their numbers, I guess, significantly enough that the cost of the product was a write-off. So my brother kept getting sent stuff for some weird American name, like American-sounding name, and so the shadiest stuff he gave to me, and it was a bunch of hidden cameras. And who knows what happened to them after that? No, there's a bunch of hidden cameras that I destroyed. We were going to use one of them as Willow Cam because they're like infrared cameras, and it would be a cool like 90s looking infrared camera to see the dog sleeping under my desk. But my dog decided that she does not like me gibbering at the furniture. She doesn't like me yelling at the furniture all afternoon. So she barely comes down here anymore. She will every now and then, but only when I'm working in Fusion 360, which is another advantage of the wonderful ecosystem of Fusion Autodesk products. Have I mentioned how positive I am about all these Autodesk products? No. Anyway, but yeah, she doesn't like to come down here anymore because I'm loud. I'm an obnoxious person. And that means that we unfortunately don't get Willow as a co-host. Maybe one day I will be able to put a camera like upstairs and nobody will know about it. No, maybe one day I can put a camera upstairs and we can have a type of Willow cam. But for now, she goes up to the front door, which is the big glass panel in it. And so it's like a giant TV for her. So if anything moves, she lets loose with a barrage of barking. All right, so I have the correct thing now coming to me. Thanks to Ben Gizmo for being an asshole. No, that was an appropriate check over because I would have had egg on my face as soon as I booted anything up with these meters. The milliamp versus amp thing just completely flew over my head. So that was, and what I purchased, we now know who to blame, and it's whatever drop shipper listed these. They sent the wrong one. The picture is of an amp meter. If I get 3 more of these, I'm going to be mad. I don't think I'm going to get 3 more milliamp gauges because that shipper had 3 products in the listings. So they have to differentiate between amp and milliamp and stuff. If I get the wrong one, of course, I will also make a stink to Amazon, and maybe they'll let me keep the old ones, but I don't really have any use for that few milliamps. So yeah, we're back to putting the holes in the thing. Did we get a mechanical drawing? Hold on, I'm going to Control-Shift-T. the Amazon listing back up. Ooh, battery amp, blah, 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 blah. Oh, look at this. Wait a minute. Problem number 2. That is the larger one. 646056. The small one looks very well suited to fitting on this panel, but I just purchased 3 of the larger ones. Ah, shit. Was it really an amp range options to choose? It's almost a buyer error just going off pics. There was not on the listing that of the one that I bought. Hold on, let me open that one up. This one's not gonna, well, maybe they will fit. Let's just find, I think the panel's 50 millimeters though, so that might not work. I can probably cancel the order. This one arrived on September 11th. No, there was only one option. No multiples on that. All right, so let's go back to the other one and let's cancel the order. I gotta cancel the order real quick. You guys can't see this because it's like, there's all kinds of doxing information. Let's see. Where do I cancel it from? Cancel items. Cancellation region. Order created by mistake. Quickly, quickly. Order's been canceled. All right. So 1 amp meter. Analog. 1 amp. Gigantic. Yeah, this one's huge. Yeah, the whole panel is like 50 millimeters tall, I think. So what is that again? Yeah, this is 30 millimeters right here. 60 is double that, so that's all the way up here. So that's not happening. We need to get this form factor, the one that we have sitting in front of us. If I still get it anyway, that would be more obnoxious, because I don't need this many of these stupid things. I don't need all of these. This is too many ammeters. That's kind of neat. Mini current meter DIN rail. Dude. Cute. Analog amp meter 1. Now. 1A DC. And a bracket. Previously viewed. Yeah, but it was previously ordered. Is it previously attempted to order? This is the other one. This is the $9 one. What does 2.5 accuracy mean? What the hell? That's unique. This looks like the larger one, but they just mounted a weird thing to the back. What the hell? I mean, going by screw size, it looks like it's the right thing, but 2.5, 2.2 inches. 64, 56, 56. Okay, so this is a larger one. Okay. Cool. I guess what I'm looking for does not exist. And I have to make some kind of a compromise. 50 milliamps, not enough. 0 to 1 amp gauge. Oh, this just looks like a terrible, very trustworthy. Very, very trustworthy. That is the 60 millimeter one. Yeah. Okay. So this we're doing a lot less of AutoCAD on this stream than I expected to. We're doing more of like, let's go shopping with Obother. Because apparently what I'm looking for is so rare and unique. So that's the plus minus Adafruit one, which might be, oh no, that might be the smaller one. Oh yeah, small. I can trust somebody that just tells me it's small. Interesting. Okay, so in the similars, they list stuff like this. Plus minus 15. Oh, that's volts. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this would be the only other one, and then it would be a spike of just barely. Yeah, that doesn't quite work out. Is there some method of putting something in line to do an amperage multiplier down without changing voltage? The thing is, most of those roads lead back to what I've already done with the power supply, which is to put my own high side current monitor on it. I'm not totally certain how I would, because like if you have a voltmeter, you want to turn it into an ammeter, you just put a resistor across it. But and maybe that's what they did here. Maybe I put a resistor across it, and I have another resistor in line with that voltage. I wonder. Well, I've got 3 of these things. Let's see. Let's open one of these up. I think the way that they're doing just a milliamp monitor versus an amp monitor is probably just to have a different number of coils. Maybe. Let's just double check this here. I'm just going to take this one apart and see what's inside. I know, it always leads back to something like this, huh? I gotta figure out what we're working on tomorrow if plans are changing so dramatically. Oh yeah, this needs to come off too. Actually, how does this work? Wait a minute. How does this work? Am I going to unscrew this entire post? I might. That might be how it's working. $500 milliamps. I guess, you know, our error condition the other day when we plugged in the 303, that was 300 milliamps. And that was a module eating itself because I put in a part upside down. Okay, so there's the mechanism here. This little guy right here. Yeah, what they did is it looks like it's all one big thing, but this is just an insert. And then at the top, they just have this kind of like post that's holding on to everything, like molded in place. Very tiny watch spring and then a coil. And the coil, I suppose, advances this thing a certain distance against that spring. So then we have wires leading into this. And I guess we're charging... Yeah, the coil and the movement over there. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to scale it with stuff. If there's just a resistor in here, then we could maybe replace the resistor with a different one. Yeah, it is. It's very much, well, I mean, you know, electronics was very rudimentary back in the day, so they came up with all these clever ways to measure and meter and move things around. And a lot of those were mechanical systems. So what in the world, what's going on here? Yeah, I guess we're putting current through that stuff. Oh, look at how it actually goes all the way down there. And there's a fixed magnet, or at least something that's just been charged. So the fixed magnet moves based on how much current is going through the thing, I suppose. And somehow that comes up to 1 milliamp of movement. That's crazy. How would I scale this? I don't think I can. Of early analog stuff, yeah. There's a lot of cool things. We had a vintage gauge in here that I kind of refurbished, but then it fell off of the shelf that I put it on, so that was unfortunately an annoying thing. They're like $30 on eBay, but they're really cool because they have all these like precision watchmaking style components in it. So there's nothing in there that I could really edit. I don't really know how I'd make that scale to a lesser range, except by somehow current limiting the, I don't know, putting electronics on the input. So 500 milliamps maybe. I think I could probably deal with 500, because if we if we hit 500 milliamps, then things are potentially breaking. And I haven't seen maybe when you have multiple what is it? Multiple modular synthesizer modules. Sorry, I didn't eat lunch. I'm very distracted by my hunger right now. Multiple modular synthesizer modules, then you can get up to like an amp, but the individual boards are not drawing that much current. They just aren't. They don't draw that much current. I don't have the setup still where we could hook it up to the meter and actually see how much current the whole ensemble is drawing, but it shouldn't be on the order of above 300 milliamps. So if I use these, which are another expensive purchase, $9 isn't terrible, but I get them tomorrow, so let's just order 3 of these. Make sure that these are 60. No, they're 45 by 35 by 45. So yeah, these are definitely the correct ones. They are DC 0 to 500 milliamps, model 91C4. Miraculously, all these have the same model number, which is one of the confusing elements of this whole thing. They have the pins on the right parts, and we actually have a data sheet here that gives us a little bit of information. So let me go ahead and just buy 3 of them. Buy now. Place my order. Oh. Okay, so it's delivery November 1st to 2nd. I guess tomorrow's the 1st. So yeah, all right, that works. Now I got to go back to the page and open up the dimension drawing. Open image, new tab. There we go. Okay, so this gives us a couple answers here. Thank you, Ben Gizmo. Appreciate that very much. So 22.7 millimeters between those, 34 between those. We don't have to worry about the ones on the back. Our 3D model has that in there, and that's just to see if everything fits properly. Although I'm going to be redoing the PCB, so I can always get out of the way of those. We were just looking at them. No shunt resistor, to my knowledge, unless it's sitting in the back there. Well, okay, let's pull the whole mechanism out. See if there's a shunt on the back. Because I thought there would be something like that, because it's easy enough if you have all these different ranges of your products to put in one different component, which would be a shunt on the back of things. But yeah, I think the resistance of the coil is probably what's coming into play here. How many winds and what the resistance is? Why is that one so long? And this whole thing sits in this magnetic rig? Yeah, that's the fixed magnet, which isn't moving. Is that like it's pressed in? Okay, so that's, oh no, the barrel is magnetic. I guess they're just enhancing it with more of that. And then we have a brass screw on the front and a brass screw on the back. That's PCB material, but there's nothing resembling a resistor. It's got to have more to do with the properties of the coil and the magnetic field surrounding it. Give me that back. There we go. So that is a fixed magnet in there, and then this rotates around the magnet as more current is generated, and it's able to fight against the spring slightly more harderly, but positive and negative are brought into the coil through the 2 ends, and the coil is just a magnet wire. There is no shunt resistor to be spoken of. Oh, is this like a, wait, what is that? There's a little sandwich with a piece on it. Okay. And then positive is coming in through there. People making their own vacuum. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so yeah, there's nothing I can really alter in here, unfortunately. That's annoying. All right, so I guess now I just need to get the dimensions in here and figure out where I'm locating everything. Maybe it's possible to add a parallel resistor such that for 1 amp of current going through the parallel resistor, 1 milliamp goes through there. I don't want to do that equation right now. It's possible, but I don't have to. I already spent the money. So I've got the right part heading to my front door. Unfortunately, 39.5 off of this end. So 39.5 off of that end. Why is it a different distance? Oh, I see. So off of there, it's 37. But if we take 45, 39, and we take half of 45, and the 39.5, well, first, God, numbers, so many numbers. 45 divided by 2, 22.5, and 39.5 minus 22.5, 17. So from the center, we go 17 to get to here, and then 34 over 2. Oh, 17, 17. You know, you know, from center, it's 17, 17. All right. Dotted line box, you hit X to flip from the dotted line to the solids. Why is that blue? That should not be blue. Well, this one's 17, 17. Something isn't tied down over here? Aha. Aha. I found you. There we go. That should tie this one down now. You son of a bitch. You go horizontal, vertical. There. Cool. All right. I can still use this thing to measure off of. So this was 38. And then these are probably English. Just about 3 millimeters. So let's do 3.2. Maybe 3.4. 3.4. And those are not supposed to be constructions. And then I'm going to mirror this on this line. Yep. That's pretty much all she wrote for the mount. That's all that needs to be there in order to mount this screen. This meter, rather. It's weird that it doesn't highlight the outside. I guess it's based on the dimensions of the thing that's already there. So that's why it's a little hinky, a little weird. Yeah, they're M3s. Okay, so that's one of them. We need to put the other two down. And so if I'm doing it correctly, I guess I can mirror it over here. Or rather, I can place it on the center of that line. But I guess, how am I going to do this? Creating a mirror point is a little bit strange. I could do a pattern in either direction. And I guess if I just measure, just from my own numbers, here to, well, we'll just measure it and have it. Okay, so 50 millimeter. So if I take this and its holes and I do a pattern, I can go both directions by 50. And there's 3, but symmetric. And there we go. That's the pattern. But I kind of want them to fill up the space a little bit more than that. They're not quite filling up the space as I thought they would. This is technically, it's on the center line, but maybe we'll make it like 60 millimeters. And I think that's because of I think this reduces it or something. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it was the right number. It's a little strange, right? Maybe 65. Looks a little derpy. Looks a little further apart. I think that's, well, I think that's all right. How tall is the panel? Not tall. That's 35 millimeters right there. What was this dimension? Yeah, it's like 50 millimeters tall. And we'll see whether or not it conflicts with any of the stuff here. So, all right, that's all we need in order to mount that to the panel. And of course, we've confused all the other steps because it doesn't know what to do with the stuff. So I need to go to the extrusions and I need to find the appropriate thing to extrude. So I'm going to rewind time. What we did is we made more enclosed solids. And when we do that, the software doesn't know what to choose to do the extrusions that I've chosen to do. So right now, previously, there was just one big flat piece here and a couple holes in it. Now there's all these extra things, and it's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So yeah, let's see. Move that to extrude. That's the outline. So it's this extrusion here that I want to redefine. Double click on it. Oh, no, it's not. Where did the screw holes come from? See, that's where we make that sketch, and then I extrude that sketch. I see. So there either is missing an extrusion or we're supposed to do it out here. Nope, that's where we pull in those. Oh yeah, okay, this is it. So this one is where we cut out the panel. Doot, doot, doot. Doot, 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 doot. Did we doot? We dooted everything. Yep, everything is dooted. Dutifully, in fact. Okay, so this is our new panel without the text. We haven't gotten to that yet because I guess I don't know what's going on in this one. What is going on in this one? Huh, seems like an extra step. I make this sketch that has the numbers on it. So before we make the numbers, I want to pull in the actual meters themselves and see how they line up, whether or not we can actually get away with a lip around the whole thing. So now I can go over to the thing that we imported so long ago before we had a whole bunch of supply issues and just drag and drop this thing into place and see what collides. So let's take this first one, and of course we need to spin it 90 degrees, like so, and then I can just pick it up and leave it hanging. So I'm going to leave it up in the air for right now. What I need to do is now put these into position where they are going to sit flush with everything. Now, these are threaded hulls, so they don't have accurate centers. That center is offset. And this down here, is this one a complete loop? It's not. Oh, sloppy model making. Sloppy. That makes it a little harder for me to use. Okay, so, but what I do have is this circle right here. And that circle is indexed on the center of the part. What that is just a little filleting in order to make the transition from one piece to the other less sharp. It just makes it look a little bit more true to form. But the important part is that this circle is up against the back here. So I can use that. So what I'll do is I'll use a move command on this component. It's helpful if you click on the component in the tree, because then the tool knows that you're going to move the whole component. And then I do right-click, move copy. So I right-click, move copy. Now it knows that I'm selecting a component specifically. It can get kind of annoying if you click on the move tool. It'll be like, oh, what body do you want to move? And then you're like, no, I want to move a component. And you have to like specify it every time. So I just click on that, and then I go, boom, move the whole thing. I don't care what it is. So point to point, that changes the tool. So when you change whatever tool you're using in this tree, it will select and deselect all of the options below it. So anything that's below this tool can change when I select a different tool. So if I go create copy and then I select a different tool, it's no longer selected. That's an important thing to remember about these tools, because it gets really annoying if you click create copy and then you go, oh, but I want to use this kind of move, and it deletes all your settings because they're not the same thing. It has different options. So yeah. Anyway, I want to do point to point, and the origin point, I can select this line, and that'll select basically the center of that line, the center point of that line. You can also highlight over and hold control, and then that'll let you go throughout the part and select the different points. But I'm just going to choose the top line of our 3D printed part, and then that moves into place. But we're also going to create a copy. Bada bing. So that is going to fit, and there's a little bit of room above and below it. I'm happy about that. I'm very happy about that. Oh God, it's upside down. What have I done? Oh my God, dear Lord, we've messed up. All right, so anyway, I can just select this. I'll do another move. I'm going to do all of these moves in a succession of steps, and when I'm done, when I have all three of my parts and they're all in place, you can hit the little machinist square tool in order to give them like a lockdown. It fits perfectly, except that there's no holes where there should be. I'm gonna rotate this thing. Actually, we could just do it from free move, because if your free move tool is selected on like a weird face, you can click into point by point move and then back to the free move, and it'll choose the center of the part again, the origin point, I guess, of the part. So if this is in the center, we should be able to go 180, and now the holes line up. The holes don't line up. Nothing lines up. It's not in the center of the part. Okay, never mind. Back up we go. And then point to point from here. I think I got the right one. To here. That's more like it. Looks like it's off by a little bit. All right, I'm gonna click OK on that. No, it looks like it's fine. All right, so take this one. These are going to be in kind of a weird order in the tree, in the parts tree, but I guess it'll be okay. Move and copy. Also, if you double click on the part, there's a chance that some of the internal components of this thing might not be selected, depending on where you get your parts from. Sometimes you get your parts from kind of shady websites, and things are a little weird. So, move copy. The rest of this is just basically window dressing. We're just doing this to make things kind of fun. 180, point to point. Click on the first point, and then the second point. Create a copy. Click OK. All right, and now finally we can just move this one. Oh, it looks like with the 180 also is something that's stuck. Move copy, point to point. Select the first point. Get all the way up in this thing's business. I'll have to get a picture of Willow in her flannel. I think it'll be very cute. Okay, so those are in position. Now I'm going to lock them in place so that in the timeline, if I need to move these again, I can double click on this and it shows me what's moved in that step, but that's where I can move these items. That'll work out quite nicely. It actually fits very well. The only problem is I don't have room for the text. So the text is going to have to, like, I could do the text like on the side. That's going to be a little weird. So maybe I just don't do the text at all. I could do a printed label underneath it, or I don't know, what else? I don't think I could really 3D print. I could do like a cutout that has 12 as like a flat plate in front of this. How much clearance is there from the front? Not much. Like 1 or 2 layers of a 3D print, maybe? I could do black filament and just fill this whole front and then have like a 12. That's gonna look really weird. No, I don't know if that'll work. I don't think that'll work. There's like all this space in there, but I don't know if I can utilize it. One thing that I can do though is try to use these as a lamp input. And then I can try to put like an LED in here to light up the whole thing. I guess that's what these sacrificial meters are for. How would I connect the electrode down there? See, it looks like there could be provisions to put some kind of a lamp on this. That's what these 2 little cuts are all about. I don't think I can solder in there, though. Just shove a wire in there and hope that it makes an electrical contact. Either way, at least we found something that works out. 500 milliamps, I guess, is fine. I guess that's fine. Begrudgingly accept 500 milliamps. That is a little bit tight. I don't know if I want to make that a little wider. The reason it looks blocky is just because we zoomed in on it suddenly. If you zoom way in on something in Fusion, it has sort of the approximation, and then it'll snap it into being a smooth line. Sometimes. It's a very tight fit, and I don't think it needs to be. Maybe we can bump that up a little bit. So the advantage of having a timeline is that I can now go back in time. I can go back in time to before we did all that crap, and go to size here and make it 39. Enter. And because these are mirrored off of the other ones, these should also become 39. Let's just double check that. We want to double check. Boop. Yeah, 39. So it changes them all. So that's what these constraints are here. There should be a little mirror constraint. Oh no, we didn't mirror it. We did a pattern. So somewhere there's a pattern constraint. Yeah, there it is. And if I want to change my pattern settings, I double click on that, and then that'll pull up the pattern dialog, and I can change things in here too, like the spacing distance and stuff like that. He actually puts on raincoat. Finish sketch. So now we got a little bit more clearance over here. It's nice. It's nice. These feel like they don't line up. I guess they do. And the size of them, I'm an iterative design enjoyer. I can give it a shot to try to print it and see if it snaps in nicely or not. Okay, so that's going to be it for this panel for now. I don't really want any embossed text because I can't make it look nice. Willow Fan donated $10. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the trick or treat. I'll give her a milk bone because, well, $10 buys a lot of milk bones for sure. Let me just double check. I don't have any more information about that. Willow Fan tipped $10 for the much needed doggo treats. Yes, that'll get us a nice big milk bone. We found rats in the garage, like actual rats. So the milk bones, the big milk bones are gone. They went towards feeding a family of rats that we are now evicting. So, but she will get a normal sized milk bone for sure. All right, anyway, I have to go put a cute little costume on my dog. She's dressing in a flannel just like her old man. I guess I don't have a flannel on today. I don't know. People are saying it's too cutesy if we match perfectly. I don't have a red flannel. I don't actually have one. Yeah, we were inadvertently feeding a family of rats giant milk bones because they were too big for Willow, so we put them in the back of the basket with all the dog stuff in it. And so those got chewed through and eaten completely. And then a silicone treat mold that was sitting up against that also got chewed through. And, a thick piece of silicone, an inert rubber, not something that a mouse goes through. Possibly a squirrel, but then we found a dead rat in the other section of the basement. And that section of the basement, by the way, shares that back corner where all the dog stuff was with the garage. And then that leads, if you go along the concrete wall, to here, around here, I forget where it is, there's like a dryer vent along there. And I was hearing scratching noises somewhere around here. So, rats. We had rats. And actually, that explains the thing that I heard outside. I thought we had like a skunk. There was a skunk in the area. Luckily, we didn't have the skunk. But I heard something rustling out there. I got to check my smoker. There might be rats in my smoker. Smoked rats, anybody? All right. So, we did a bunch of Fusion today. We mostly did shopping because my ability to source stuff unfortunately ran into a bit of a hurdle. I ordered something that said it was 0 to 1 amp twice, and I got 0 to 1 milliamp twice. And I didn't realize it until this thing was sitting in front of chat, and Ben Gizmo was like, wait a minute, and we gave it a test. Now, we would have learned that eventually, and it would have been a little bit of a setback. Rat's low and slow for the cooking of the rat, yeah. Now, the only time I'm eating a rat is in a survival situation. In that case, I'm practically turning it into charcoal. I'm not going to slow cook. Okay, anyway. I'm going to leave you guys to go wherever you want on Twitch, because Twitch has a whole bunch of stuff on it that's not just electrical stuff, and it's not just this big weirdo working in some stupid CAD software nobody wants to use. Did I mention that I'm sponsored? They gave me my copy of AutoCAD for free as long as I talk nice. Not even talk nice. As long as I use their... Not even exclusively use. I could use other software if I want to. But they provided me with this version of AutoCAD of Fusion 360. I guess AutoCAD Fusion it's called. I think they took the 360 out of their name. Yeah, I've got manufacturing capability now. Look at this. So simulation extension has been added to your account. Manufacturing extension has been added to your account. Learn how to import tons of file types. Yeah, so I have that stuff now. I don't know what credits I have on the App Store in there, given this version, but they've given me a full version of their software. If anybody out there using the free version wants to advise me on any little changes, any things that I should be doing differently in order to sort of cater to the free version users, because that's sort of where I wanted to start out, was using the free version. That's very generous of them. I have to do 2 sponsored streams every couple months in order to maintain my copy. That's going to be pretty easy to do because we do a lot of this kind of stuff here. A lot of kind of stuff we do on the Oh Bother channel involves designing something and then printing it and then getting it wrong and then printing it again and then getting it wrong and then printing it again and then getting it wrong again and measuring it, but the measurement wasn't quite the right measurement, and then forgetting a number and then printing it again. Where was I? Oh, yeah, so we do a lot of that stuff here. It's pretty much primarily what we do. So there's going to be a lot of things that get that hashtag after it. I don't know if I'm going to do, like, if I'll drop the hashtag for a couple streams and then just bring it up whenever I need to justify. Yeah, you call that iteration. You don't call that being a dumbass. Iterate. I'm an iterative engineer. Anyway, I gotta go put a costume on my dog, take a cute picture with leaves on the ground, and then I will get that up on social media, and then nobody will like it because I don't have any followers. But if you'd like to, hold on, I do the commands. I knew I was forgetting something. I gotta do the admin commands so that the next stream is actually represented. So over to my secret channel, where the only thing that I do is cut and paste commands. And we're setting that to Nov1. Does it have to be one word? Oh, maybe the October 31st one was put in wrong. November 01. And then I need to change the other one, the next command. Same thing. This is what Octoj used to do, but then he got a life. November, you know, he's not allowed to do that, but I guess he went and got a life. So now I do all the commands. So anyway, if you want to follow me on Blue Sky, I've closed Twitter. I don't want to look at it anymore. It means I won't be able to follow zany celebrity stuff that's going on. I think I can drop that out of my life and have a slightly better mental outlook. Blue Sky right now, it's new. There's not a lot of political garbage on there. There's less algorithm stuff going on there behind the scenes. It's not owned by, you know, I'm going to withhold any of the words that I was about to say. But yeah, it feels a little bit better. And there's a group that you can follow. It's just like a one-click link that'll follow all of the maker channels. All of the maker channels that got on this list. Hey, Incredimike. Hey, thank you for subbing. It's on my like timeline or whatever. So if you subscribe to my Blue Sky or whatever, you can then go through my timeline and look at like the second thing that I reposted. I don't know. They're called like squeets or something. I don't know what they call them over there. It's a really terrible name, whatever they've come up with. Where did my Streamlabs go? So many windows open on this stupid computer. Hold on, I gotta get my head back about. Oh, there we go. Incredimike for 2 months. Hey, thank you so much, Incredimike. I really appreciate that. Subbing. Here's the end card. This is something only on Twitch, unfortunately. I still need to work out how we do Nightbot on the other channel, on the YouTube channel. So if you guys want to click on these links, if you're sitting there with a notepad writing it down, you just click over to Twitch, twitch.tv/o_bother. On Blue Sky, it's unfortunately o-bother because they don't allow underscore. I hate it when they do this. They don't allow underscore. It's the same thing with my emote names. The OHB is what you have to hit in order to initiate typing in one of my emotes. I hate that. I wish I could talk to Twitch HQ and be like, hey, can you guys put an underscore on that? But then they're like, who are you, worm? I squish you like a bug, because I'm such a small channel. So anyway, thank you guys for joining me. And we will be back tomorrow, 19 hours, 58 minutes. I'll see you guys then. This is where I should click the button, and that would have poof, you know, the thing would come up, but I have to scroll down for it now, and now it's in the list of all the scenes, and I have to click on that scene, and then everything goes blank, and I'll eventually